Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is my utmost pleasure to welcome each and every one of you to this esteemed roundtable discussion titled, How Can a Just Energy Transition Be Fast-Tracked in the GCC and Southeast Asia? I am Hanan Al-Badi, a researcher in the ECSSR, and I'll be the facilitator for today's discussion. This roundtable will hold 3 sessions and will be followed by a brief discussion and a 10-minute Q&A. I would like to invite His Excellency, Dr. Sultan Mohammed Al-Naimi, to deliver our today's opening remarks. Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. Good morning, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. We would like to welcome you all to this important roundtable organized in collaboration with the Middle East Institute at the National University of Singapore. Within just 51 days left before the UAE hosts COP28, our discussion today will address one of the most crucial questions within global climate action. How can we fast-track a just energy transition while addressing the challenges and opportunities? Let's pause for a moment to consider this vital question in more details. While most of us understand that a just energy transition is urgent, important, and possible, it is time to turn that knowledge into meaningful action. That work begins by clearly identifying the challenges and opportunities underpinning our objectives as we aim for transition that support low carbon, high growth, sustainable economic model that is both transformational and just. How do we achieve this balance? Through rapid economic, technological, and social transformation, which will have an unprecedented impact on the economy and society. A just transition is both maximizing both the economic and social gains while effectively manage the risks. This means that investment must be geared toward enabling a fair and inclusive energy transition, one that creates decent work opportunity and leaves no one behind. Access to technology, financing, and capacity building for developing countries will be crucial and at the heart of issue discussed here today and during COP28. This is more than just business as usual. The private sector and key industry must embrace technological innovation and entirely new ways of working if we are to confront the challenges and maximizing the opportunities. As a matter of urgency, policymakers, energy providers, and financial institutions must integrate social, economic, and environmental priorities into their existing energy transition plans. Ladies and gentlemen, the UAE has taken a balanced approach to climate action that is both pro-growth and pro-sustainability, promoting a new low-carbon, high-growth economic model that will guide its development for the next 50 years. The UAE Energy Strategy 2050 aims to triple the contribution of renewable energy by 2030, aligned with the COP28 presidency letter to the parties, which called for countries of the world to fast-track the energy transition and cut emissions before 2030. Speaking at the UN General Assembly Sustainability Summit last month, His Excellency Dr. Sultan Al-Jaber underscored this call for action. We know the size of the problem, 22 gigatons. That's the amount of greenhouse gas emission we need to cut in the next 7 years to keep 1.5 within reach as part of fair, just, and well-managed energy transition together. Let's turn pledge into projects and let's turn ambition into action. Ladies and gentlemen, His Excellency Dr. Sultan Al-Jaber also told the UN that climate action is primarily about people, lives, and livelihoods. People everywhere want the same thing: clean water, clean air, economic opportunity, safety in the storm. Countries in the global south have contributed the least to the climate change, but are on the front line of its negative impacts. To ensure no one is left behind, we need just transition and economic diversification policies that are comprehensive, inclusive, and based on social dialogue and the meaningful engagement of all stakeholders. The full potential of private capital must also be unleashed, creating an ecosystem where finance is more accessible and affordable. These are the important issues we are here to discuss today by exchanging expertise, experience, and perspectives on key opportunities, challenges, and policy response in the GCC and the Southeast Asia, and in the exploring areas of regional and global cooperation in innovation and finance. We hope to support efforts to close the just energy transition gap. The issues and recommendations that emerge from our discussion here today will shape further dialogue at an event held during COP28 as the world's decision makers and leading experts meet to harness the power of collective action. Once again, thank you all as we look forward to discussions that are both insightful and valuable at this crucial juncture. And Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Thank you, Dr. Sultan. I would like to invite now Mr. Saud Al-Nouri to deliver a special address by COP28.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, I wanted to firstly thank the Emirates Centre for Strategic Studies and Research for the wonderful hospitality that they have extended and for giving me this opportunity to speak to you today at the start of what I am sure will be a very lively dialogue. And a special thanks to you, Dr. Sultan Naimi, for last night, for your opening remarks, and for convening us today. As we look to turn the biggest challenge we face today into one of the greatest opportunities for sustainable socioeconomic development since the Industrial Revolution, the work of research institutions like the ECSSR and the role of events like this roundtable will be critical. As you all know, this year at COP28 will be a very significant year for the climate discussions. It's a year we host the first ever global stocktake. This global stocktake will be a process to taking stock of the implementation of the Paris Agreement and to assess the collective progress towards its goals. It's not an easy task. This task will require unprecedented action and commitment like never seen before. This stocktake will also need a knowledge and science-based response that will help put our economies on the path towards a new, low-carbon, high-growth, sustainable economic development model. And as we transition, we must couple energy transition with economic growth. We need to deliver a clear response to this global stocktake. And the science is showing us that we're falling short on achieving the central goal of the Paris Agreement, which is keeping 1.5 within reach. The IPCC has calculated that the world must reduce emissions by at least 43% over the next 7 years. And the current projections shows us that we're actually expected to increase by 11%. As the head of Asia and MENA Affairs, I have witnessed and heard firsthand from many stakeholders throughout our listening tour on the major challenges that climate change poses to environmental sustainability, economic growth, and human development. And this has shown us that we need to start equipping our future generations with the skills required to drive the new climate economy. Education and supporting the youth development is a key component of COP28. We are the first COP to officially announce a youth climate champion. We are also hosting a thematic day at COP for youth, children, education, and skills. And we have launched a youth program that will empower 100 young people from around the world to fully experience a COP. Ladies and gentlemen, excellencies, the world needs to get back on track. And to take this challenge, COP28 has developed a robust action agenda that provides an ambitious and comprehensive response to many of our global challenges. An agenda that fast-tracks a fair, just, orderly energy transition, that fixes climate finance, that focuses on people, nature, lives, and livelihoods, and underpins everything with full inclusivity. On the energy transition, and as His Excellency rightfully pointed out, we are calling for a global tripling of renewable energy capacity to 11,000 gigawatts by 2030, and a doubling of energy efficiency improvements in the same year. We also need to build the energy systems of tomorrow, one free of unabated fossil fuels, while decarbonizing the systems we have today. Remember, fossil fuels are not the enemy. It's the emissions from those fossil fuels that we have to tackle. At the same time, we cannot leave behind the 800 million people who today have no access to electricity, or the 2 billion plus who don't have access to clean cooking fuels. If we are to help them, we will need climate finance to be more available, more accessible, and more affordable, especially for those countries where it's needed the most. Last year, 1.5 trillion was invested in clean technologies, but less than 2% to the vulnerable low-income nations. By leveraging multilateral public and private finance, we can accelerate the delivery of practical projects on the ground. For instance, the UAE recently launched a 4.5 billion clean energy investment initiative at Africa's first climate summit. And this will bring private and public sector partners together with African governments to drive the development of 15 gigawatts of clean energy across the African continent. Technologies that are helping decarbonize the global north must be available and accessible to every country in the global south. However, we must be wary of rhetoric that puts a false division between north and south. That one that says a region has all the answers and another is not equipped to contribute. In fact, many countries in the global south, especially in the Asia and the GCC regions, are taking the lead on climate action. One of those examples is China. China by itself has added more than 40% of the world's new solar and wind capacity over the past 5 years. And it's targeting the deployment of 1,200 gigawatts by the end of this decade. India, too, has set an ambitious target for renewable energy with a goal of deploying 500 gigawatts by 2030. Ultimately, delivering a just transition will require far more than solar or wind power. We need to leverage the power of partnerships, a kind of partnership that focuses on combating climate change and one that unites us all to fight it. Every country and every stakeholder is responsible and must stand together. By working together, we can make transformational, practical progress that delivers for the climate, for our economies, and for our people. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Saud. We will now begin with our first session titled Country-Specific Experiences and Perspectives on the Just Energy Transition, and moderated by Dr. Aisha Sarihi.
Thank you very much, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests. It is my great pleasure to kick off today's roundtable discussion with the first panel. My name is Aisha Al-Sarihi, and I am a research fellow at the Middle East Institute at the National University of Singapore. Before I kick off the panel discussion today, I would like to deliver my sincere thanks to the Emirates Centre for Strategic Studies and Research for believing in the idea of this workshop and putting hands together for a timely discussion on the just energy transition. I would also like to thank Dr. Ibtisam At-Taniji, who have been working behind the scenes very relentlessly to put this workshop together and translate the idea of the workshop into a reality. So with that note, climate change is one of the major challenges that we face today, as has been pointed out rightly by Your Excellency. Global surface temperature has already risen by 1.1 degrees Celsius compared to pre-industrial levels. And last July has been recorded as the hottest month on Earth. Other impacts of the climate change, such as water scarcity and food security, as well as extreme weather events, are becoming increasingly more visible and increasingly more challenging across the world, especially here in the Middle East, as well as Southeast Asia. Today, we stand at critical juncture to address the climate change. We need a collective action from both the developed and developing countries to join hand in joining the global energy transition. However, transitioning to clean energy system is not an easy task, especially for the developing countries that have been already grappling with the energy security and affordability. Developing countries are not only the most vulnerable to the climate change, but most of the developing countries are less advantaged by the resources to adopt clean energy technologies. And without a timely and necessary collaboration, global energy transition might hamper the economic growth of developing countries and exacerbating readily existing socioeconomic challenges. In this panel, we will delve into a deep discussion reflecting in the economic realities, dilemmas, and complex trade-offs involved with clean energy transition. We will bring examples from the Gulf Arab states, as well as Southeast Asia. And for that, I am joined today by esteemed panelists. We have from Saudi Arabia, Princess Masha'il Al-Sha'lan, who is a sustainable and equitable development advocate and co-founder of the ION Collective, which is a cross-disciplinary company that produces and disseminates fact-based and culturally informed knowledge around sustainability in the kingdom. From the UAE, I am joined here physically in the room, Dr. Ghanem Hablil, who is a senior negotiator of the COP28, and he is specializing in mitigation, just transition, and response measures. I'm also joined in the room with Engineer Faiza Al-Harthi, who is the head of Energy, Environment, and Natural Resources at Oman Vision 2040 Implementation Follow-Up Unit. I'm joined also online by Dr. Venkateswaran Ambu Muzi, who is the Director of Research Strategy and Innovation at Economic Research Institute for ASEAN and East Asia, with expertise in resource management policies, energy infrastructure, design, and private sector participation in green growth and green climate finance. Also in the room, I'm joined by Jian Wei from Singapore, who is the Director for the Policy and Planning Division at the National Climate Change Secretariat Strategy Group under the Prime Minister Office. He leads the policy and planning team to direct efforts across Singapore government to develop and implement Singapore response to climate change and advance our interest on the international stage. So without further ado, I would like to kick off the panel discussion today with the case of Saudi Arabia. And I would like to start the panel with Her Excellency Princess Masha'il Sha'lan, who is joining us online. Princess Masha'il, so Saudi Arabia has long understood the implications of the energy transition and what does that mean for the socio-economic development. Saudi Arabia has long fought to reflect the concerns of the oil-producing countries in the global climate treaties such as the Paris Agreement, the UNFCCC that has been put in place in 1992, and other global arena like the G20. And today, we see that Saudi Arabia also is taking a progressive approach towards addressing the climate change and also has put forward a net zero target for 2060. So I would like you, since our discussion today is on the energy transition, I would like you to ask you what are the key trade-offs of the energy transition for Saudi Arabia, and what just energy transition mean for Saudi Arabia?
للسعودية.
مجد تكون معكم هناك in person.
إذن صباح الخير جميعا وأعتذر لعدم الحضور. وآمل أن يكون هذا النقاش مهم ومثري فيما يتعلق بالتحول العادل للطاقة. لابد من انتهاج ومن خلال الالتزام في عام 2060 أيضا، وكذلك الوجهات النظر المختلفة. هذا هو الوقت لضمان لتحقيق أهدافنا أيضا، وكذلك تسريع هذا العمل بشكل أكبر. نحن وضع كذلك سمو الأمير محمد سلمان الأهداف في حدود عام 2060، وكذلك فيما يتعلق بكوب 25 أيضا، وفيما يتعلق بالطاقة الشمسية. أيضا أنا سعيدة جدا لقبول هذه الدعوة للتحدث والتواصل كذلك فيما يتعلق بجي 20 والتفكر أيضا حول الإنجازات التي تمت في المملكة السعودية، وكذلك الدول المنتجة أيضا التي تتحول إلى نمو شامل في هذه الدول، وتكون مسؤول أيضا عندما يتعلق في الأمر باتخاذ الإجراءات الملائمة، وكذلك أيضا زيارة المصداقية أيضا. وفيما يتعلق بالقضايا، قامت المملكة العربية السعودية بالتفكير حول النظم والأساليب أيضا حول كل هذه القضايا، ووضعت أيضا أطر مهمة في هذا السياق. فيما يتعلق بالاقتصاد أيضا، من الضروري أيضا أن تكون هذه النظرة شاملة ونظامية حول كل هذه القضايا التي تكون مشابهة في حول المجتمع، وإنتاج أيضا هذه الأشياء المهمة في لسببين مهمين. السبب الأول هو أننا نحن نعلم جميعا لا أحد آمن حول هذه التغيرات المناخية الكبيرة، وكذلك لابد من أخذ هذه الأشياء بعين الاعتبار أيضا، وبالإضافة إلى معالجة هذه القضايا أيضا بطريقة مستدامة أيضا، وكذلك إدماجها بهذا النظام. لابد من أن يكون على معرفة في استراتيجية 2030 و2050 أيضا. هناك لابد أن يكون تحول في العالم، تحول عادل فيما يتعلق بالطاقة في مجال الطاقة، ونستمر نحن لتقوية هذه الأمور ومواجهة الحقيقة والواقع، ولإنجاز وتحقيق هذه الأهداف في التسريع بشكل جدي وبشكل كبير جدا. النقطة الثانية التي أود أن أركز عليها خاصة في دول الخليج هو أنه لماذا نحن هنا؟ السؤال الذي يطرح نفسه هو فيما يتعلق بالفضاء لعمل شيء مهم جدا خاصة من خلال هذا النقاش، وكذلك تسريع هذه الأشياء لكل شخص وجعل الجميع متفائلين حول الحياة. فيما يتعلق في كوب 25 في المنطقة لابد من الاستفادة من هذا النموذج بمعدل 2.2، لكن وكذلك تسريع هذه الأهداف وهذه النقاط أيضا والمعدلات على المستوى الإقليمي. هذا لابد من اتخاذ إجراءات مهمة ليس فقط من ناحية برامج طموحة وتطور في الهيدروجين النظيف وكذلك الاستثمارات في النظيفة في النيوم، بل أيضا كذلك التعاون مع زملائنا في أرامكو والتعاون مع الدول الأخرى الصديقة. كذلك لابد من البحث عن نماذج أيضا جديدة لتسريع هذه الأمور ووضع الحلول لبعض القضايا والتحديات. وكذلك هناك طبعا طموحات جريئة اتخذتها المملكة العربية السعودية ودول الخليج أيضا، وهي رائدة في هذا المجال من خلال التواصل في المجال الاقتصادي والتحول أيضا. وكذلك هذه النماذج أيضا تمكننا من التحول في الطاقة الشمسية النظيفة بشكل أسرع. نحن جادون في هذا الموضوع على المستوى الأكبر. وعندما يتعلق الأمر بالسياسات المملكة العربية السعودية أيضا لقد انتهى الوقت. سوف أعود إليك سيدة نورا، وسوف نرى الممارسات التي اتخذتها المملكة العربية السعودية والتحديات المهمة جدا في تنظيف هذا الدورة الكربونية. أشكرك على هذه الكلمة الأميرة نورا. وهنا سوف يكون لدينا السيد دكتور غانم حفلين من الإمارات العربية المتحدة ليتحدث لنا حول الخبرة الإماراتية في التحول العادل في مجال الطاقة. الإمارات لديها طبعا مكاسب في هذا التحول وقد انضمت إلى السباق مقارنة بالدول الأخرى في مجال الطاقة المتعددة، وكذلك بناء القدرات في الإمارات، وهي تتسارع تقريبا أكثر من 4000 ميجا وات، وهي طبعا رائدة في هذا المجال فيما يتعلق بالطاقة المتجددة. وبالنظر إلى المساهمة الوطنية في الإمارات أيضا هناك التحول العادل ذكر أيضا في إزاء هذا الدور الرائد في الإمارات. أود أن أسألك سيد غانم ما إذا أخبرتنا الكثير عن دور الإمارات العربية المتحدة والممارسات أيضا والدروس المستفادة التي يمكن أن نشاركها مع بعضنا البعض ومع بعض الدول الأخرى فيما يتعلق بالتحديات المهمة التي تواجهتها دولة الإمارات العربية المتحدة خلال التحول العادل في الطاقة، وما هي أفضل الممارسات أيضا التي اتخذتها لجعل هذا التحول تحديدا للإمارات العربية المتحدة، أن هناك 80% من السكان طبعا من الوافدين، وكذلك لتمكين ما هي التحديات التي تواجهها الإمارات العربية المتحدة. أشكرك مرة أخرى. أشكرك سيدة عائشة. أصحاب السعادة، أشكركم لإعطاء الفرصة للتحدث، وأنا سعيد جدا لأكون معكم هنا لمشاركة هذه النقاط معكم. دعونا أولا نضع تعريف التحول، لأن هذه الطريقة التي ننظر إليها محليا، وأن الكثير من الناس الضعفاء الذين يتأثرون بهذا التحول لابد أن يتم بشكل عادل، وما هي الأمور خلف ذلك. وعند النظر إلى المستوى العالمي لابد من وجود هناك بعض الآثار عبر الحدود، لأن التحول يمكن أن يؤثر على دول أخرى تحديدا عندما يتعلق الأمر بمواد الطاقة والكثير من مناطق التجارة كذلك عند النظر على المستوى العالمي والجهود المستفادة من هذا التحول، لابد من زيادة الصناعات أيضا. على سبيل المثال كان هناك أثر كبير جدا على ميديكس خاصة في مجال الحديد والإسمنت أيضا وأشياء أخرى، عندما يكون هناك سياسات لتخفيف هذا الأثر المناخي باستخدام التجارة عبر الحدود ووضع آليات أيضا وأشكال من الضرائب أيضا، لابد من أن نكون عادلين في هذا المجال. إذا نظرنا على الجهود المحلية، هناك طبعا تحول في مجال الطاقة، كان هناك انتقال من الاستهلاك من غازات الخضراء إلى غازات أنظف وتقليل الانبعاثات الكربونية، خاصة إذا زدناها من خلال في ظل التقنيات وكذلك استخدام المصادر المهمة للطاقة. هذا بشكل عام يتعلق في إطلاق أشياء وامتصاصها مرة أخرى. إنه طبعا ربما يكون غاليا وربما لا يكون عمليا، لكننا علينا أن نقوم بذلك لإعطاء معنى لهذه الأشياء والتغيرات في القيمة والإنتاج أيضا، ربما يعني ذلك الكثير للآخرين. بالإضافة إلى ذلك، إذا كان هناك ارتباط بين موارد الطاقة التي تتعلق في الميزانية والانبعاثات الغازات الأخرى، وهناك اعتبار آخر حول الأثر المحلي. إذا لربط هذه الأشياء لابد أن تكون أولوية لدينا. هناك طبعا سلة من السياسات مثلا الأمن وكذلك الدعم أيضا خلال السنوات السابقة الخمس. وهناك طبعا دعم كان، وهذا مبني على أسعار الأسواق أيضا. إذن هناك سلة من السياسات التي يتخذها، وهذه السياسات تنتقل إلى الطاقة المتجددة. مثلا الطاقة أو السيارة الكهربائية لا أدفع لشيء حول البترول. إذن هناك شيء مشجع ومحفز للطاقة الكهربائية، ولا أذهب طبعا من أجلها إلى محطة البترول. إذن هناك طبعا دعم وتحول في هذه السياسات من سياسة إلى أخرى بشكل تدريجي وبشكل سريع. بهذا يمكن أن يتم التحول الطاقة وما نقوم به محليا في دولة الإمارات العربية المتحدة. فيما يتعلق بخلق الفرص، إن نظام التعليم في الإمارات يركز على زيادة الهندسة الكيميائية والهندسة البترولية، وكذلك هناك بعثات لدراسة علوم الكمبيوتر والاقتصاد، وهذا يتماشى مع هذه الأشياء والحصول على أفضل الاقتصادات. من المهم جدا إذن من أخذ الأثر المحلي والأثر الإقليمي. أشكركم اللي هنا. أشكرك دكتور عبد الله على هذه المشاركة، دكتور غانم عفوا. هذا شيء مثري، وهذه الدروس المستفادة من الدول العربية المتحدة حول تحول سلسلة السياسات للتكيف مع التحول الطاقة النظيفة. أود أن أنتقل الآن للتحدث عن حالة سلطنة عمان، ولدينا السيدة فايزة الحارثي، المهندسة فايزة الحارثي. عمان كما نعلم اتخذت الطرق والخطوات سريعة، كما نعلم أن في مجال التحول إلى الطاقة، وكذلك لديها طبعا صفر بحلول 2050، وأطلقت استراتيجية للتحول الطاقة، وكذلك لديها استراتيجية تتعلق بالهيدروجين أيضا. والآن كما نعلم بحلول كوب 28 كما ذكر السيد سعود النوري، طبعا هو مؤتمر مهم وحاسم للجميع، لأنه هو يمثل ترجمة الأفكار إلى أعمال على أرض الواقع، وهذا يتطلب موارد تمويل سريعة، ليس فقط في مجال التكنولوجيا وكذلك بل أيضا في تنفيذ هذه السياسات الطاقة وكذلك النتائج الاقتصادية التي تأتي معها. أود منك أن تخبرونا حول خبرة عمان وتجربة عمان في مجال التحول، وماذا يعني هذا التحول لسلطنة عمان، وكيف استعدت السلطنة لمواجهة هذه التحديات المهمة فيما يتعلق بالتحول في مجال الطاقة. أولا أود أن أشكرك سيدة عائشة، وأشكر الفريق ولإعطاء هذه الفرصة للتحدث لتقديم الجهود التي تمت في سلطنة عمان في التحول الطاقة والاستدامة. العام الماضي كان هناك طبعا صفر هدف للانبعاثات الكربونية كما ذكر سمو جلالة السلطان هيثم بحلول 2050. وكما نعلم جميعا هناك طبعا تشجيع على هذا التحول إلى صفر كربون، ونركز على في 5 قطاعات، حيث 95% من انبعاثات من هذه القطاعات، وكذلك القطاعات الصناعية والغاز، وكذلك الطاقة والمواصلات، وكذلك بناء القدرات كجزء من هذا العمل. ووضعت الأسس أيضا في أكتوبر الماضي، وهناك فريق طبعا يبذل جهود كبير جدا في تنفيذ هذه المشاريع. وكما نعلم جميعا أن هناك فرص كبيرة وممكنات أيضا أخرى في الدول مبنية على توجيهات وخلط هذه الأمور، خاصة في سلطنة عمان في المنطقة الجنوبية من عمان. هناك طبعا مزيج من الطاقة الرياح والطاقة الشمسية في سلطنة عمان، وكذلك الهيدروجين الأخضر، استراتيجية الهيدروجين الأخضر تم تشجيعها، حيث التمكين تم بين القطاع العام وبين القطاع الخاص أيضا لكل واحد فيما يتعلق بهذه زيادة هذا الهيدروجين الأخضر. وكذلك هناك طبعا 6 اتفاقيات تمت في هذا المجال في سلطنة عمان حول الوقود المستقبلي الذي يتوقع أن يكون كالبترول والغاز مثلا. وكذلك جزء من الممكنات أيضا أننا لا نقوم بأي شيء حول التحول سوف يؤثر على الاستدامة، وكذلك على الأمن الطاقة، ويؤثر على أيضا الكلفة المتوفرة في الطاقة. إذن في التحول حول الطاقة هو التوازن بين الاجتماعات، المطالب الاجتماعية والمطالب البيئية أيضا، حيث نفكر حول هذه المعضلة المتعلقة بالطاقة يجب أن تكون مستدامة ويجب أن تكون متوفرة وممكنة. من هذه الزاوية قامت سلطنة عمان بالتحول إلى الطاقة المتجددة، وكذلك في الحصول على 1 جيجا وات، مشروع 1 جيجا وات في منطقة الداخلة، وكذلك المشاريع الأخرى أيضا يتم الإعلان عنها. وهناك طبعا مواضيع مهمة جدا ومشاريع مهمة جدا تفوق التوقعات في بناء القدرات أيضا. وكجزء من هذه التحديات نحن نعلم أننا لا نزال دول نامية، وهناك طبعا اقتصاديات الهيدروكربون التي يعتمد عليها، ولهذا التحول إلى الطاقة لابد من التوازن ما ننتجه وما نقلله فيما يتعلق بالانبعاثات الكربونية. إذن وفرت هذه السياسات ووجودها أيضا هي أحد الممكنات، وكذلك الكلفة أيضا في مجال التقنيات الجديدة أيضا ربما أن تكون هي أحد التحديات التي نواجهها، لأنه أحيانا عندما يكون مخزون من التكنولوجيا ربما يكون مكلفا ومؤثر أيضا. إذن لابد من أن يكون طاقة متجددة جنبا إلى جنب مع الطاقة مخزون الطاقة طويل الأمد. كذلك شيء آخر لابد من التفكر ببناء القدرات أيضا للمواطنين من أجل الوصول إلى صفر انبعاثات كربونية، لأن هذه الانبعاثات تؤثر على الدولة بشكل كبير جدا على المدى البعيد، لأن هناك الكثير من الصناعات مثل صناعة الحديد والألمنيوم أو كذلك إنتاج البترول والغاز. كيف يمكن أن تكون هذه الأرقام الكربونية ونستفيد من هذه الانبعاثات القليلة، وكيف يمكن أن نستفيد منها في هذا المجال في دول الخليج العربية؟ كذلك هناك الكثير من الأماكن التي يمكن أن تكون من أفضل الأماكن في العالم، التي تواجه تقريبا 4 أضعاف من في مجال الزراعة من أجل مشاهدة هذا الكربون الناقص أو تقليل الانبعاثات الكربونية. وهي تعتبر أحد الحلول التي تدور في مجال الصناعة، التي ننظر إلى مشاريع تجريبية، وهي طبعا إحدى الشركات تسمى 44.0. هي إحدى المشاريع المهمة في منطقة الشرقية في سلطنة عمان، التي تسيطر على الكربون وتستفيد من هذا، وقد أثبتت أن هذه التكنولوجيات أيضا. وهناك طبعا لديها نقاط مهمة جدا تلاحظ أثبتت نجاحاتها في تقليل الانبعاثات الكربونية. الشيء المهم جدا هو أن يكون لدينا تحول طاقة متوازن ومستدام، حيث يوازن بين حماية البيئة لدعم اقتصادنا. هذا باختصار ما تم في مجال مبادرة عمان 2040. نحن نركز على الوحدات المركزية وننظر إلى الوحدات المركزية من القطاع الخاص والقطاع العام على حد سواء، ونتبع كل هذه التطورات أيضا من أجل الوصول إلى صفر. لدينا طبعا مشاريع مهمة يسمى نت زيرو ناشونال بروجرام لتنفيذ هذا التحول في مجال الطاقة. أشكرك مهندسة فايزة على هذه المشاركة. أود أن أنتقل الآن إلى دكتور أمبو الذي سوف ينضم إلينا عبر الإنترنت. السيد أمبو، جنوب شرق آسيا تمثل قضية أخرى، وكدول الخليج العربي لديها طبعا صفر تقريبا في مجال الطاقة، وكشمال شرق آسيا جنوب شرق آسيا على المستوى الوطني هي تعتمد على الطاقة أو استيراد الطاقة، وهي مهتمة بشكل كبير جدا ومعرضة إلى الأسعار البترول أيضا والطاقة، وهي تعتمد بشكل كبير جدا على الطاقة الممزوجة. إذا فيما يتعلق كيف يمكن أن نعمل على تأمين وتوفير هذه الطاقة وكذلك النمو الاقتصادي أيضا، وكيف يمكن أن نحدث نحرز هذه الأهداف في مجال تقليل الطاقة. فيما يتعلق بإندونيسيا أيضا تعتمد بشكل كبير جدا على الفحم وكذلك محطات الطاقة في توليد الكهرباء، وهي كجزء من التحول الطاقة في إندونيسيا لابد من مواجهة هذه الأمور المتعلقة بالفحم في الدولة، وهذا ليس بشكل سهل، لابد من وجود نتائج اقتصادية على ذلك. إذن أود منك أن تقدم لنا بعض السياقات وما هو ما يعني التحول إلى الطاقة بالنسبة لإندونيسيا، وفي حالة إندونيسيا تتطلب دعما عالميا لهذا التحول ومواجهة الهدف الصفر في الانبعاث الكربوني.
دكتور أمبو.
Dr. Aisha, and also thanks for ECSSR for hosting this important meeting, and which is very timely. As you mentioned, Southeast Asia has 10 countries, and the 10 countries are mostly middle-income countries, and except Brunei and all are net importer of the energy. So what the just transition means to these economies, and there are two things. Energy transition means decoupling, that is reducing the emissions coming from the energy sources while economic growth is maintained. And second is recoupling. Recoupling means the energy transition need to tackle this socioeconomic disparities currently exist. Further transition and should not lead into avoiding or creating more disparities, social economic disparities. So energy transition is characterized by decoupling of emissions from the energy use, and the second thing is bringing much more social integration or moving out of the people, that is out of the poverty. So what it means and in practical scenes and for the case of in Indonesia and which has the sixth largest fleet of coal power plants. It has committed 21 to 41% of emission reductions by 2030 under the Paris Agreement. And it was trying to achieve the carbon neutrality by 2060. So here, the discussions and the current debates and also current policy efforts is how we can do it. And one thing is the region has achieved 15% of renewable energy target collectively, and it is moving towards around 24%. But the current just transition debates are dominated by global north and not taking into consideration the ground realities in middle income countries like Indonesia, which is also have the fossil fuel, that is a coal fleet. So we need to have a kind of a pragmatic approach and what could be the correct energy mix. Of course, we are maximizing the renewable energy, and but at the same time, we are also looking into improving the energy efficiency. That is a kind of hidden fuel for us. And we also need to take into consideration the labor market structures and how this energy transition, just energy transition, will bring it. Here, basically regulating the labor forces in the coal sector, particularly tackling when the job losses are anticipated. That is a kind of an important consideration. Then how to create a new type of industries that maximize the use of the renewable energy like EV vehicles, then biofuel streams, then bringing the oil and gas sector, that is to decarbonize their actions. These are the current efforts and the current focuses in achieving the transition. But we are constrained by two major obstacles, and that we are also trying to solve it individually, the countries, and also collectively, these 10 countries coming together with its international support. One is how to improve the access to the technologies, and particularly these renewable energy technologies and energy efficiency technologies and the modern technologies. This region, basically, we are the second movers in the technologies, and these technologies need to be transformed into a business model that bring the affordability and the accessibility to these low carbon energy sources. A second challenge that is we face is the limited institutional capacity. As I mentioned before, and it has also reflected by the Prince, we need this transition at the global level, at the national level. We need a multi-sector and then multi-stakeholder and an integrated approach. There we have the kind of limited capacity, but we are trying to improve it. So these are basically this is what the energy transition mean to Indonesia and Southeast Asia means. It is basically recoupling. How we can make sure that we can continue to have that economic growth with minimum cost to this environment and bringing the social equity. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ambo. And now I would like to move the discussion to speak about the Singapore experience. And I have in the room Mr. Jian Wei. So Singapore is a small state, a small island city-state. It is naturally constrained by land, energy, water, and food. Climate change, on the one hand, especially sea level rise and the rising temperature, present an existential threat for Singapore. And also, as an island city, Singapore is alternative energy disadvantaged. And the response measures implemented in other countries could have negative consequences for Singapore. However, Singapore is also proactive when it comes to the energy transition and the sustainability. It has a net zero target. But Singapore, when it comes to the energy transition, presents a unique case. So what does just energy transition means for Singapore?
Thanks very much, Aisha. Maybe just a bit of introduction. I'm Jian Wei. I'm the Director of Policy at the National Climate Change Secretariat in the Prime Minister's Office. So maybe just to build on to what Aisha spoke about Singapore, because I think our context is quite unique. Singapore is 734 square kilometers, and we have 5.6 million population. This works out to be one of the definitely the densest country in the world, certainly amongst the denser cities in the world. So one thing we are also both a city and a country, and we have a export-oriented economy. For example, our trade volume is about more than 3 times that of our GDP. So you can imagine Singapore is both a city and a country all wrapped up in one. This challenge of alternative energy disadvantage is very serious and very real in Singapore. For one, the only viable renewable energy in Singapore is solar. We do not have enough wind speeds. Nuclear is currently assessed as not viable for Singapore. So solar is the only one where we can deploy in a large way. But solar is unfortunately also the most land-intensive form of renewable energy. So today our solar makes up for less than 1% of our electricity generation. And even when we put solar on every possible surface, and if solar technology improves, we do not see this to grow we do not see this to exceed 10% of our energy supply. So this is one serious problem that we are facing. But as Aisha said, just to add on, it's also an asymmetric problem for Singapore because Singapore is a low-lying city island state. The Prime Minister of Singapore, Mr. Lee Hsien Loong, in 2019 said that climate change is an existential problem for Singapore, and if we do not do anything about it, actually Singapore may cease to exist at some point in time due to climate effects. So just to put this in the context, about 30% of Singapore is below 5 meters. Is below 5 meters above sea level. This means that under certain conditions of sea level rising and under high tides, actually up to 30% of Singapore may be underwater in 2050. So this is a very serious problem for us. It is a global problem. We cannot solve it ourselves. At the same time, we have a scarcity of natural resources, and we are inherently vulnerable because we are low-lying. So Singapore generates some 0.1% of global emissions, but the impact is disproportionately large. That said, we have taken very bold steps in the last couple of years on the climate front. First, and the reason behind this is because we want to leave a better Singapore for our future generations. And as we look at how the world is looking at low carbon technologies, etc., we think it's an area for growth and an area of economic opportunity for Singapore in the future. So really, we have updated our national targets late last year. We have revised our NDC further to reduce our 2030 emissions level. And we have also put in place a net zero pledge to achieve net zero by 2050. So these are very bold pledges given our circumstances, but we think it's still important for us to go ahead. We have put our money behind our mouth by putting in place a very strong carbon tax in Singapore. This is a single tool to price the externality of carbon, and it will the revised carbon tax will kick in 1st of January in 2024. We have announced it earlier last year, so we've given businesses time to adjust to it. By 2030, the rate will go up to 50 to 80 Singapore dollars per ton. This works out to be about 35 to 55 US dollars per ton of carbon. This is the highest carbon price in the whole of Asia. So how then do we get to net zero? We realize that a lot of the moves that we are going to make, even in the coming decade, even in this decade, is going to be very externally oriented. Some of the solutions or some of the things that we have pledged to do include 2 million tons of carbon capture and storage every year. We plan to do 4 gigawatts of electricity imports by 2035, and we have put in place a national hydrogen strategy to explore how to reduce the transport cost of hydrogen as it lands in Singapore, so that it can be a viable fuel, low carbon fuel for us. And finally, we are also since Article 6 in the Paris Agreement has landed, we have gone ahead and broached with many countries to put in place G2G MOUs on carbon credits, as we believe that this is something that we will need eventually when we get to net zero. So that's something that we are making sure that the facility actually works in this decade. So looking at carbon capture, storage, electricity imports, carbon credits, hydrogen, these are things that are externally oriented, and I think these are opportunities for us to work with other countries on. Thanks.
Well, thank you very much for this brief overview of the energy transition in Singapore. Now I would like to throw another round of questions. I will throw one question for the speakers from the Gulf, from the Oman, UAE, and Saudi Arabia. One common thing that the three of you have mentioned is that energy transition is going to impact most the energy intensive industry, the oil and gas, steel, and others. So can each one of you tell us in 3 minutes or so, what are the key challenges the implementation of the energy transition these industries will face? And, if any of the policies have been implemented already, what has been there any kind of, resistance from these industries, and how that have been overcome on the ground? So I'll go back to Princess Masha'al from Saudi Arabia.
Thank you very much, Aisha. If I may, and you allow me, start with a bit of a misnomer, in my opinion. We talk a lot about the issue of a just transition, and I think the issue is not with the just. Just is very much valid, but rather with the point of transition. If we're really serious about doing what is needed to be done, it's no longer a transition, but rather a full transformation of system. And with it, especially in moments of uncertainty, different pathways for growth and development, differences in how countries' sets of endowments shift with this geopolitical, let's say, shifting tidal waves, it becomes an extremely delicate operation to tackle. And we've had a good chunk of our own lessons here in the kingdom. So when it comes to the issue of energy affordability, and more importantly, in a region like ours that's extremely water stressed, and you cannot think of energy without thinking about water, the actual price of water, we see that for both of our countries here in the kingdom and the UAE and in Oman, the issue of the actual price of water comes into massive play and it ties to the issue of energy because of its ties to water desalination, right? That's an issue that needs to be taken into consideration with the utmost delicateness. Water is seen in general and is true to be a right for every human, and tackling issues around the right price for water becomes extremely contested. We've seen as well some of the bolder ambitions of the energy price reforms that were announced during the early announcement of the National Transformation Plan, come to a bit of a halt because of the massive pressures that were hitting the pocket of the layman in the kingdom. So when we're talking about an era of massive shifts, we're talking about an increase in VAT that was non-existent in our region. We're talking about a relative amount of inflation that we've seen primarily after COVID. And we've seen that being reflected with recent corrective measures, be it in the recent increase of 20% of Social Security in the kingdom, or the expansion and the extension of the citizens account, which is essentially saying that when it comes to the subsidies will only go to the income brackets that deserve it. So almost from a middle income to a low income bracket in the kingdom. At the same time, energy security is intertwined, as I've said, with geopolitical factors. So it makes it a very complex issue for the kingdom. If you allow me a way of extremely simplifying it, if in the same breath you're being asked to both increase production and to end all fossil fuels and stop all sorts of investment into new assets, you can see how that becomes a very difficult and fraught space to tread. But at the same time, we're recognizing that there's a huge amount of opportunity in the kingdom with the Vision 2030, the aim to deliver a diversified energy mix that's not only reliant, as it used to be, on some natural gas and liquids. The aim is by 2030 to go to 50% renewables and 50% natural gas. And we're really happy to hear the announcement of His Royal Highness Aziz bin Salman last year that no new assets for natural gas were to be built without a commitment to carbon capture. We've checked in recently, and this seems to be in the right track. The awards that were not awarded last year because of that lack of carbon capture component are expected to be awarded in a relatively short timeframe. There's also the issue of methane emissions that Saudi Arabia has a massive amount of experience, and I think there's an opportunity there to share that experience with the rest of the world. And I'm really happy to say that current and more recent independent tracking have shown that we're walking the talk, especially when it comes to the energy sector.
Thank you, Princess.
I mentioned the circular carbon economy, if you just allow me one more line.
3 seconds.
Showing that seriousness, and I'll talk to it, I'm sure, at a later stage, but we've been deploying a circular carbon economy national plan. There's the Saudi Green Initiative, the Middle East Green Initiative, which is to say that there's a lot along the horizon that could be opportunities to connect to and be able to leverage for delivering.
Okay, thank you very much, Princess Noura. I'd like now to move Dr. Ghanem. So how did the UAE address those kind of, negative, probably, consequences to the energy-intensive industries? Were there any incentives in place to encourage the energy-intensive industries to take on the energy transition in a way that mitigates the negative costs of it?
Thank you for the question. I think this is a very difficult challenge that is encountered by the whole region for some of the same reasons that were just mentioned. The top of the list is probably going to be water scarcity. So 15%, roughly 15% of the energy consumption in the UAE goes to water desalination. So there's this link between the mitigation of greenhouse gas emissions and the adaptation to climate change. When there's increasing temperatures, that has an impact on the salinity of water, so that makes the desalination process even less effective, more energy intensive. So this is a challenge, and there's only one solution to it, and that's technology. And that technology does not exist at the scale of the demand for water domestically in the UAE. So this is something that you need the right measures in policy and technology to coexist and be there. But this also links to hydrogen. So then there was another example mentioned on green hydrogen. We have Emirates Steel over here that values a steady supply of hydrogen for their processes, for their manufacturing, right? And for them to decarbonize as part of the heavy emitting sectors, steel, cement, oil and gas, they would like to have low-cost, reliable green hydrogen, but that also depends on a steady supply of fresh water. And to get that fresh water, you need that power-intensive desalination. So it's not a very easy problem to fix, right? But then there's not only green hydrogen, you could also go into the other rainbow shades of hydrogen, maybe focus on blue hydrogen, right? So blue hydrogen could be produced by the steam methane reformers and other processes in the oil and gas value chain if you also incorporate the capture of carbon, right? Capture and utilization or capture and storage. So there's an opportunity to decarbonize oil and gas by using the existing assets for alternative purposes, producing low carbon hydrogen and also capturing whatever CO2 would be emitted. But that CO2 could also be useful. So ADNOC has a target to get to zero methane emissions by 2030 and net zero emissions by 2045. And at the same time, they have plans to increase production, right? Okay. So then that could only be done if there's a way to turn this into a circular. So you take the CO2 from one place, put it in a different place where it's useful, and it does not get emitted. This is the only way to go forward. So my answer to your question is, it's more technology than policy. The technology has to be there, and that's only feasible with international cooperation, with the right trade measures. And that's going to provide the enabling conditions, I think, for economic diversification.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Ghanem. For you, Engineer Faiza, same question, but also Oman has implemented policy for installing solar panels on the rooftops of the houses, and that project went into two phases. The first phase, there was no, financial support for installing solar panels, but in the second phase, there was. But from the experience of Oman in implementing solar rooftop policies, has there been any kind of, challenges at the end of the consumers? Did they find taking the solar energy as an opportunity, reducing the cost of the bill, or has it been the other way around?
Thank you, Dr. Aisha, for these questions. To shed light onto the solar panel for the residential use, the issue that from as a consumer perspective, that still is not visible for them, because still we have like a subsidies and our bill reformings every time, and we have like an incentive for residential use for electricity, that during the summer there is more than 15% subsidies from the government beside their original subsidies. So moving ahead to the solar rooftops for small houses, it will be not visible at this stage, but it can be visible for long with a huge lands and a lot of consumer with big buildings. So this can be some, alhamdulillah, we have more than 500 accounts where they have their solar rooftops for their captive power as well, be it from the industrial or from the residential use. I can give you an example of this utilization within our petroleum development company, where they have their rooftops with the solar car for their car parking, and most of their utilization generations from the solar. And this reduces a lot of their consumption as well in terms of electricity bill, and they have a balance between also the green certificate as well. Part of how Oman is dealt with challenges and to overcome all the challenges into new opportunities. The good thing that they have put some incentives toward electrical vehicles, where they have zero taxations for these types of utilizing electrical vehicle, and we saw a lot of recharging facilities within Oman in order to attract all the users to utilize the electrical vehicles. And the most important here, in order to transfer, is to have a technology transfer and development from other countries to have international corporations to get these types of technology at an affordable cost, and to get a benefit from the green financing. And the most important here, to have a risk management where we have to have a balance between our economy strategy and in order to reduce the risk and diversifying our energy resources, and also to build the resilience in our network for the energy as well.
Thank you, Engineer Faiza. I'll turn now to Mr. Jianwi. You mentioned the Singapore experience with implementing the carbon taxes in Singapore. So the concern is also, again, similar to the energy-intensive industries. Does this kind of policy, disencourage the foreign direct investment in the country when we implement it? And, moving forward, Singapore also aims to increase the carbon tax to $80. So can you please speak on how Singapore, doesn't want to lose the investment in the country?
Thanks, Aisha. I think it's a challenge, and I'll focus my comments on the petrochemical sector in Singapore. It emits about 30% of Singapore's emissions, generates about 3% of our GDP, generate 1% of our jobs. So it's not the most it's fairly carbon intensive, but at the same time, 1% of jobs are good jobs, and these are 30,000 jobs that we need to think about. And the approach we have taken is really one to recognize that the petrochemical sector is an industry that supported an earlier stage of Singapore's growth journey in the 80s and 90s, and they have helped Singapore establish itself as a transshipment hub, and it has the jobs have been localized over time, and a lot of top positions in the international petrochemical companies are held by Singaporeans. So while the sector is now currently under fire, I think we are very cognizant that it has been an important sector for us, and we see that the sector remains relevant for the next 15, 20 years. The products that they produce, the plastics, the chemicals remain in demand by the world, at least for the next 10 years, if not 15 years. We don't see viable substitutes for now. And we produce for the world. Singapore's own demand is a small fraction of the production of these plants. So really the carbon tax tries to take into account some of these factors. For one, we put in place allowances, especially in this decade, to make sure that we give these companies enough time to transition and put their plans in order. I think some of these transition plans require some further investments into new technologies, into new processes to make sure these plants are ready for the future. At the same time, even as we put in allowances, we want to make sure that the marginal emission for these plants face the same headline carbon tax rate that I mentioned, which is 50 to 80 Singapore dollars per ton by 2030. And this is to ensure that there are enough incentives for the companies to invest in decarbonization technology like carbon capture and storage, and deploying hydrogen in a larger way. So I would say that still early days. Our carbon tax rate hasn't kicked in yet, but when we had consulted some of these petrochemical companies earlier, they have been very keen to make sure that the headline emissions get the full carbon tax, because they feel that this is the key way for them to justify the investments that they will need to put in place. So this is where we are now, but I think the industry is also undergoing transition, so we need to see how we can make sure that they remain relevant and they can continue to support us in the transition. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jianwei. So we want to be, stick with the schedule for today. So it is 11:15, and now we would like to open the table for the discussion. So I would like to invite participants, to contribute to the discussion, whether you have a comment or the questions for the speakers.
Thank you very much, Dr. Aisha, and good morning, everyone. My name is Wael Keshk, a researcher in ECSSR. So I have a comment, since we are addressing here the challenges and opportunities based on the distinguished speakers' shared experiences and case studies. One of the challenges I still see common in many of countries, especially developing countries, is a challenge of the lack of capacity building and development, especially for developing countries, in order to conduct their country-own assessment and analysis of the impacts of energy transition in order to guide your policy makers. So you need first to conduct your country-own assessment and then move wider to conduct the same assessment at the regional level, in order to have the right assessment, the right result that can guide and give the right advice to your policymakers and decision takers. And in order to conduct this task, especially for some of the challenges I have recognized from the room, like the impacts of the cross-border impacts, like unilateral trade measures and decisions taken by some countries, but the impacts of these measures are going cross-border. And we as a country, especially developing countries, we need to conduct and make what are the impacts of these cross-border policies and measures. But in order to conduct this analysis, you still face another challenge, which is access to accurate data. Because one of the challenges in our countries as well is access to accurate data. How to establish your monitoring, reporting, and verification systems. While we are addressing here the energy transition, one of the prerequisite requirements is energy information systems that need to be built and sustained in our countries in order to have right data to insert as an input in the right model you select that fit your case in country in order to get the right advice to your policymaker and decision taker. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Wael.
أدعو المتحدثين إذا كان لديكم أي إجابات أو تعليقات، أيضا إجابات لتعليقات للدكتور وائل.
Europe has implemented border carbon adjustment mechanism. So this has different consequences for different countries. So, for example, how does Oman, UAE, Saudi Arabia view the border carbon adjustment mechanism, and what does it also mean for Singapore?
Maybe I can take a quick stab at the question on capability building as well as assessing cross-border impacts. First on capability building, I think Singapore's transition from third world to first, I guess, is a journey that our biggest takeaway was actually the capabilities that we have learned from others in our nation building, on the military front, on the education front, etc., etc. So we are strong believers of capability building, and through, at least in our constituency in ASEAN, I think we want to make sure that we equip our neighbors with the right with the tools to do MRV, to measure the emissions so that they can also put in place good plans. And I think that's something that we have taken on as a member of AOCIS as well as G77. So that's one. On this idea of cross-border impact, I think in particular CBAM being the most obvious one from the EU, I think it requires a greater appreciation of world order and things like that. And this is unfortunately where we need multilateral organizations to help organize. I think the UNFCCC, in at least looking at some of these issues, may not have fully focused on this area. I stand corrected, but I think this is where multiple IOs coming in might be helpful. One is the OECD, which has moved on inclusive framework of forum on carbon mitigation approaches. I think they've managed to get about 50 to 60 countries on board. I don't know if all of them are members, but certainly at least attending the meetings about 2 to 3 times a year to make sure that everyone is on the same page on what are effective measures, both price and non-price measures in reducing our carbon emissions. I think work like this will supplement and complement the work on UNFCCC and will allow us to have a better understanding across the board on some of these measures and also help countries like the EU assess whether actually the CBAM is valuable or not valuable in some of these approaches. So I think such platforms will allow for a more collective and collaborative discussion. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Dr. Ghanem, and would you like to comment?
Sure, thank you for that, and thank you for the question. It's a great point. I see that our colleagues from the UNFCCC Secretariat are on the call, and they usually organize these regional workshops on what models to use for making these sorts of decisions and recommendations for policy based on different contexts. To answer your question, Dr. on the impact of unilateral measures targeting mitigation that could have impact on different countries, I think that modeling is the right tool to first understand these measures because they affect different countries in different ways. It might be advantageous to some, even if they don't have a domestic carbon market. If they've got industries that don't rely on coal, but instead rely on natural gas, for example, for the particular list of goods under, if you take an example, CBAM, fertilizer, cement, and others, it might already be advantageous, even if they don't have the right policies for incentivizing mitigation domestically. So these modeling tools are very important, but as our colleague pointed out, you do need to have a reliable database for that, and you need to have a database that gets frequently updated. We have these capacities in the UAE. We've got the Statistics Center of Abu Dhabi, and we also have another one that has, at a federal level, all this relevant data. And I think that it's a matter of using the right models, right? So a popular one is CGE. I forget what that acronym stands for, but I know that it does not consider a lot of things like equity, like the improvement of technologies, and things that are very dynamic. You can't factor these into models. So when you forecast, one, the quality of the data going in needs to be good, and two, the assumptions have to be there. And there's no way you could have a full inventory of the assumptions over the next 10, 20 years because of the dynamic nature of progress. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I would like to bring also on the table Dr. Ambo. Would you like to comment on the recent point of Wael? We cannot hear you. You are on mute.
Yeah, I fully agree with these observations. And from the developing country or the emerging economy perspective, and we need a statistical and scientific capacity building to have a better understanding on the challenges as well as the finding the solutions. This capacity building also not limited to the scientific community, but also the policy-making community. And to make this transition realizable and also less cost-effective, and we need to have an integrated policies. And this Usually in this part of the world, and the policy making is happening in the silos. And here, for example, energy policy, industrial policy, and innovation policies are very much interrelated. So there is a need for the capacity building for the ministries and the policymakers. That's my first point. The second point on the CBAM and the cross-border effects, and now it has becoming a realistic, and with the EU has moving forward this rhetoric, and we did an analysis what will be the impact of the CBAM on the distribution effects of the ASEAN countries, the Southeast Asian countries. We found that there are two ways to move, and one is we need to find a new carbon pricing mechanisms for the region, and it could be carbon tax, or it could be ETS, and so there is the need that need a much more cooperation and coordination among the countries. And if this carbon tax is introduced, and it has an effect on the competitiveness of the industries. That is also where the intra-regional cooperation comes in. And then the second thing is also we found, our modeling exercise found another way of tackling this CBAM is to improve the efficiency. And for example, it will come with this hard to abate sectors like steel, cement, and other things. That way we can tackle. We have the opportunities and pathways to tackle this cross-border effects of the CBAM. My third point here is to make this transition possible fast. We need technologies and we need finance. And what is happening now is this technology and the finance window is not opening simultaneously. So we need a new innovations and we need a platforms. Like for example, Indonesia has embarked last year, 2022, as a part of the G20 process, Just Energies and Transition Partnership. And basically it is a kind of a platform that could bring the technologies and the finance. And now it has started it, and still it has to be seen. And this kind of international multilateral collaborative platforms are needed to accelerate the transition, and so that is we can meet these objectives in time. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I'll go back to the table. Any comments and any questions, please? Yes.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Sabra Osman, research analyst, Climate Action and Sustainability Section, ECSSR. I'd like to thank all the speakers for their distinguished interventions. And I have a question for Dr. Ghanem concerning the technology. You stressed technology as one of the entry points to deal with this dilemma. So how can we operationalize the CTCN, the Climate Technology Centers, since we established the CTCN under the UNFCCC? Until now, they miss the main target they established for. They focus just now on the TNA, Technology Needs Assessment for developing countries, but they are not able to support the developing countries to have their own technologies. We are talking about CCS, we are talking about other technologies like batteries and renewables. However, most of our developing countries, they don't own this kind of technologies. So how can COP28 presidency operationalize the issue of technology under the UNFCCC and Paris Agreement? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Maybe I will start not by talking about the UNFCCC first, but maybe what Singapore is doing with our partners in moving some of these actions, and then we can then come back to see if the UNFCCC, some of these things can be taken up at the UNFCCC level. So maybe just to recap, for Singapore, we have targets of 2 million tons of CCS per annum by 2030. We are looking at electricity imports of 4 gigawatts by 2035, and and we have national hydrogen strategy, putting in some monies for researching low carbon or lowering the cost of transport of hydrogen. I'm saying this because it's because that we need to look out, that it gives us an opportunity to work with other countries on some of these, and I think we are at the start of the journey. So the first thing about, say, CCS, my sense is that the technology, and my panelists can disagree with me, is that the technology is actually fairly mature. It is an issue of bringing down the cost more than making sure the technology is usable. So it becomes one of making sure that there's enough investments, there's enough investment, and more importantly, putting in place the rules to assign responsibilities of making sure that the carbon being put back into the geological structure is permanent, or at least as permanent as defined by the UNFCCC, and also putting in place the responsibilities if there are any issues. And I think this is something that at least in my visit to Australia and to UK, are things that they have already put in place, regulations. For domestic purposes, of course, but regulations. Whereas I'm not so sure that countries, at least countries in Southeast Asia, while they are they're interested to do some CCS, I'm not sure if they've similarly put in place behind these regulations. So I think regulation is one big gap that needs to be put in place. And then the other is as you said, the technology itself. So it might exist, but it might not reside in the countries. I would say that the most practical way of doing it is through the companies. So for example, the petrochemical companies in Singapore tend to be multinational, and they have footprints in Southeast Asia. So getting that technology transfer is something that I think can be done at the company level. But putting in place the regulations require national governments to think about that. And I think one challenge in the room is, how do you treat import of CO2? Is it a resource or is it a waste stream? That is a very important question, and I think we cannot resolve that becomes a challenge. So I think these are some of the issues that need to be tackled at, say, carbon capture and storage. On the hydrogen level, I think it is indeed one where the technology is not fully viable. I think there's production, there is transport, and then which form to transport in. Is it transporting as compressed hydrogen? Is it being transported with a carrier, and what carrier form does it come in? And then finally, in the end use state, how do you then translate the hydrogen back into electricity? I think these are some of the questions that we have, and I think all parts of the value chain are being worked on. For Singapore, I think where we are most interested in, and I think we have a space to play in, is trying to bring down the cost of transportation, because I think other countries, I think such as UAE and Oman, are already working on lowering the production cost of hydrogen, be it green hydrogen or blue hydrogen.
Thank you, Janwy. Thank you. Yes, this is a really good point on the technology transfer. In this part of the world, most of the technologies are imported, but there are initiatives where the countries are moving towards economic diversification, enabling a knowledge-based economy, and that essentially mean enabling technological innovation systems in the countries. Do we have good examples from the UAE, Oman, or Saudi Arabia? I invite you to just jump in if you have something to add.
If I may, Aisha?
Please, President Noura.
Thank you. I think what we've learned in the region is two things. Is that one, for a lot of these priorities, we need to be thinking in regional blocks and regional sharing or knowledge transfer. I think it was certainly, at least for us that are following policies in the kingdom, to see it as a level of maturity in policymaking when the Saudi Green Initiative was coupled with the Middle East Green Initiative. That came clear with the recognition that without knowledge sharing, without developing science that's very much from within the region, and I'll give an example in a bit, without being able to build the right kind of capacities, that we're not going to succeed, because whether anyone likes it or not, any impacts when it comes to climate change on any other geography will impact you directly, be it in terms of policies or the physical implications. So I'll give a quick example with the rising amounts of air particles in the air, especially from desertification. We've been seeing what are called, dust storms. Those used to be quite infrequent in my childhood. I'm 37 years of age. So I recall a time when we had around ballpark 4 weeks maximum of dust storms in the year. And that was usually in the transition between certain seasons because of certain environmental deterioration in the Delta and in other parts of the northern part of the peninsula. So in Iraq, we've seen implications that are impacting us directly. That's translated into not only committing some of the tree plantation and ecosystem rehabilitation for the kingdom, but for regions that go beyond our borders to the rest of the Middle East, in recognition that we're both impacted and affected in both ways. The other, it comes to the basic sciences. So if we're thinking about the hexagon that is currently standing with the IPCC for our region of the Arabian Peninsula, it does not take into consideration neither the Red Sea or the Gulf, which are two of the most important bodies when it comes to the interactions for precipitation and for sea level rise. Although the data tracks when it comes to the temperature increases quite clearly. So with it is a renewed importance to develop regional know-how and data and information on models that will enable us to make much better decision-making and enable us to deploy the right types of solutions, the right type of resilience, optionality for some of our infrastructures, the really vital infrastructures, be it in energy or healthcare and others.
Well, thank you very much.
Some of these shocks and changes there.
Thank you very much, Princess Noura. We are short of time. So I would also like now to open the floor for other questions before we close this session in 11:45. So Anna, yes, please.
Hello and good morning, everyone. My name is Muhammad Ali from the ECSSR. You explained a lot about the policies and the path towards energy transition, but I got the feeling that this transition is full of uncertainty, and uncertainty that put a lot of risk on innovation investments and business investments required for this transition. So how can governments work to decrease these risks to enable more investment by private sector and to enable more private finance? Thank you.
I have a very short answer. Multilateralism. So when governments work together in a way that is coordinated to achieve a common goal, it's a lot easier to de-risk being in a situation where you as a government are less competitive than another because you moved first or moved last, right? So this is what we hope to see in the COP process, and specifically in COP28, with a focus on climate finance, with a focus on mitigation, and we see that energy transition is going to be at the heart of our outcome on mitigation. So this dialogue would be very important. We bring parties together and they would agree to an outcome that they would all apply in a way that leaves nobody behind. So the short answer is multilateralism. And then the benefits of that transcend down to the private sector and to specific regions. Thank you.
And I can add to this point how government can support the energy transitions, mainly in order to have the right policy and the right track of developing and implementing this type of strategy and action plan, where they have to have a commitment. Once you get the right committee or the high authority decision maker, I think things will move in the right track by having additions with more incentives and ease of doing business. For example, for energy transition, they keep some higher ranking for any new project or the industry for the greener products, or I can see what's the support, the agenda of net zero. Maybe it can be more incentive for those types of investors and those type of industry as well. In addition to that, I think all the global warming and the climate change actions is one of the higher top agenda in all of the meetings on all with the ministerial council as well. So the right direction with the right time, it can support ease of doing business, and also prepare for the infrastructure well in advance for this type of project as well.
Well, thank you very much, Engineer Faiza.
Can I add one more?
We are maybe if we have more time.
Say standard harmonization. Just 2 words, standard harmonization.
Okay, thank you very much, Princess Noura. I would like to now, with respect of our participants, we also would like to take questions from the audience. So please, if you have a question, raise your hand and the mic will come to you.
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Sarah. At first, I would like to thank the panel for the riveting discussion. My question is for Princess Masha'al. Going back to what you said, to what extent do you see Gulf countries need to open and integrate regionally their market as a way to gain scale and efficiency to facilitate energy transition and tackle climate change goals? Thank you.
Much for that question. I think, in short, yes. I mean, we come from a region where we have both massive amounts of endowments, but also a huge sense of responsibility. And with COP and the renewed vigor from COP coming to our region, I think there's an unprecedented opportunity to be capitalizing on it. So if we start operating from a less of a challenge perspective to more of an opportunity, then we can find in a lot of ways some of these choke points start becoming areas where we can find massive amounts of growth. So to give a short example, the reason why I was mentioning these harmonizations and standards, if we see opportunities to connect back to the market of Europe for CBAM as one example, for some of our more decarbonized products that we're trying to push for, that could be a huge opportunity of a future market. At the same time, development of the rest of the world is not going to wait for where we'll be heading. The decisions are not tied to one region alone. So we have to be pragmatic and ahead of that curve to be able to reap its benefit in the longer run.
Thank you very much, Princess Noura. Another and last questions from the audience. Okay, so we don't have more questions. So with that, I would like to conclude this session. And before saying thank you to everyone, I have a summary from what have been discussed today in today's first panel. The first point is that just energy transition means different, it has a different meaning for different countries. Just energy transition, a common theme that came to is the just energy transitions means decoupling from greenhouse gas emissions, but most importantly, it means that we purposely need to couple the energy transition with energy security and affordability. Energy transition also does not only have socioeconomic consequences, but it has geopolitical implications, and these will differ from one country to another. Just energy transition, to make a place, there are a mix of policy, technology, financial, and regulatory challenges that needs to be addressed. Each country will have unique challenges ahead. For energy-producing countries, energy-intensive industries will be the most faced by the challenges of the energy transition. And then we came to a conclusion that energy transition also shouldn't be seen as a challenge, but also an opportunity. And finally, data and scientific informed decisions should be taken into consideration when making the energy transition policies and regulations. And finally, incentives is the way forward to encourage energy transition in the short term. And that said, we came to a conclusion that there is no one size fits all. With that, I would like to thank the esteemed speakers for being with us and for being also generous to share your insights and experience about your respective country. I would like also to thank the guests and also your excellencies for being part of the discussion. With that, you are welcome to join the coffee break now, and thank you very much again.
Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, thank you once again for joining panel 2. My name is Dr. Khalid Fahmy. I'm an advisor to the ECSSR. I used to be the new kid on the block, but a couple of days ago I became, my probation period has finished, so I'm a full employee of ECSSR. So thank you very much for having us. Okay, let's, this panel is really addressing the socioeconomic impacts of the just energy transition. And there are really two major questions when we're addressing this. What are these? And what are we going to do about it? If we talk about practices, or best practices or experience, as we all know, we're still at the beginning, but we still can learn from each other. Since the previous session did already address aspects of the economic and social impacts, I will change a little bit in how we will run the session. Instead of 2 rounds, we'll have 1 round. But the 1 round is addressing the 2 questions at the same time. I'm saving time. I'm giving you more chance to go deeper in the things. And so we will ask each panelist to address the 2 questions from her or his perspective. And then we will have the 15 minutes for the roundtable participants. And then we'll have 10 minutes for the audience for question and answer. We have 5 distinguished panelists. Thank you very much for being with us. 2 virtual, 3 in person. We will start first addressing the social impacts from a global perspective. Because as you have seen, it differs really great if you're doing it addressing global or regional or at the domestic level. So we will start from the UNFCCC, telling her perspective and on the global level, how does this run? And then we will go into regional, GCCS, of course UNSFC is Ms. Kalsoum Lataya. Thank you very much for being with us and accepting our invitation. Then we'll move to Dr. Ahmed Al-Safti, who will address the issue from the GCC perspective. And then we'll move to Ms. Sharon. Will we address this from Asian perspective, Southeast Asian? And we should give her a little bit more time. She's addressing 10 countries. So, I mean, we should take this in consideration, yeah? Because that's what I call flexible equity. So, and then we'll move to ILO and go further and go deeper in the impact on the labor market. And then we'll finish by our Ms. Lydia, the COP26 and COP28, and tell her how do we see this reflecting on the upcoming COP28, and how was it in COP26? So thank you very much. I'm not going to, they have intentionally put me as the moderator so not to speak, so I'll try not to speak. I'll just comment. So, okay, let's hit the road, and let's start with Ms. Kaisum. Are you with us, Ms. Kaisum? Do you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
I'll try using the headphone, but definitely we hear you. Yes, ma'am. Thank you very much for being with us. As you have followed, the major question is how, from a UNFCCC perspective, how do you see the socioeconomic impacts of JET, of the Justice Energy Transition, and what are the major pathways, the major tools, policies to address them? You have 6 minutes, ma'am.
Okay, 6 minutes is a very short period to cover all of this, but I will try to bring the things in the context and then try to address things later on. From the GCC perspective, how do we see energy transition and major response measures, which I heard in the morning, a lot of questions which were asked as well. So bringing the discussion in context, usually when we see response measures is more about any type of actions or programs and policies which are implemented by countries in order to meet their climate mitigation targets. And this can include any kind of taxes, levies, which has been put forward, subsidies, which are either subsidies given or are planned to be removed, different kind of policy reforms which have been put in place, or different type of public investments which are going in renewable energy or new technologies. There are also some cap and trade regimes which are now being very popular in many regions. And we heard recently, like yesterday in MENA Climate Week as well, that even the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia has also announced a trading mechanism as well. And there are a lot of technology mandates in terms of improving the technology. So these kind of response measures, which we call coming from the actions which have been taken by countries, has social and economic impacts, which is the discussion for this particular session today. And when we see social and economic impact, what do we really mean by that? When we say social, I think the term itself is quite clear, but what we have to understand is that these kind of impacts are quite different for different countries and different regions based on their national circumstances. If we just try to go into the categories, I know that jobs is going to be further discussed by Mustafa Kamal, who is also present in this panel and sharing more lights on it. But there are a lot of reports which says that there will be increase in jobs. There will be roughly 1% increase in the jobs, and we are expecting a peak in 2030. And these jobs will be created beyond the energy sector, and some of the non-conventional sectors are expected to take a leading role. For example, there's legal jobs in legal sector, jobs in taxation, jobs in logistics, safety, environment, and also a lot of skilled labors. When we say skilled labors, the new skills which are required to operate these new technologies which are coming in. And when we say taxation and legal, because there are a lot of legal agreements which are coming forward due to this UNFCCC processes also put in place. We probably, all of you know that Article 6 is bringing a lot of agreements within the countries, and which also going to get into legal nitty-gritties between the countries and how they have an agreement in terms of technology, in terms of transfers of credits, and so many other things. The taxations are going to be very different in the country regime itself as well, because we are going to see countries are implying taxes on commodities, on sectors. So there are a lot of these kind of jobs which are currently not at the peak at this time. And we also see that there's going to be a shift in the sectors, like jobs are shifting from mining or manufacturing fuels to manufacturing of technology. So these kind of shifts we are going to take place. But that does not mean that the scenario is very, very bright. There are a lot of trade-offs between this. So there are a lot of sectors which are going to also going to see some kind of a shift or decline in the jobs as well. But I leave this also to Mustafa Kamal if he would like to cover this. Otherwise, I can take this matter later on in follow-up questions. What we have to also understand that there are impacts other than jobs and the social impacts on gender, on hunger, on poverty, also on indigenous people, also on health. If we see gender in terms of social impacts, usually we see that women are usually not taking a prime focus in climate policies. And this is also a focus where under the UNFCCC's regime, we are trying that all these policies which are being created on the environment, enabling environment, which is being created in these new sectors, upcoming sectors, gender aspects take a primary role as well. We also see that there is a disproportionate effect on the poverty. It is also seen that sometimes poor are becoming more poor or rich are becoming more rich, or there are selected people and community which are going to benefit out of this climate regime compared to others as well. And we are planning, or that is what we are trying to address in the response measures discussions, that how we can minimize this disproportionate benefits and losses, and we are more inclusive, and equity becomes a major part of these discussions as well. We have also seen that indigenous people are going to be impacted as well, because they are also not most of the time included in the policy making process as well. There is a shift which is going to happen in terms of how land is going to be used. Not always is a different type of cropping system which we are going to follow in upcoming time. Sometimes has bad effect. They are also competing with the food or staple food crops as well. Mostly we say health is on the better side because of indirect impact coming in, because of less pollution, particulate matter, fine particulate matter in the environment, which is expected to decrease the mortality rate and other health benefits to that. We also see positive impacts in terms of energy access and energy poverty. But okay, we expect that energy access probably can be both ways. One way it will be benefiting the society because of the decentralized energy production.
One minute, ma'am. 1 minute.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, so I'll go to the other aspect, not from social, but from economic point of view. There are countries, especially in MENA region, it is expected because of the shift in the production system and less fossil fuels, and this region is more fossil productive section. The GDP and other jobs in this sector are going to be impacted as well, and there is an impact on the economic, overall economy as well. I can go more on the carbon trading and also impact of the CBAM later on as a follow-up when we enter into the discussions. But there are a lot of things which we can consider in terms of how border carbon adjustment is actually going to affect or impact the products which are imported and exported by several countries based on their national circumstances.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for this. We move on to Dr. Ahmed Al-Safti. Please go ahead, Doctor.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Khalid, and I'm happy to be with you today. And for me, when I'm tackling the aspect of the GCC within the socioeconomic just climate transition, I will take this starting from looking at the global level, what's going on the global level right now, and how the GCC countries fit into this picture globally also. So if we look at like the global aspects of the time that we are trying to do lots of action for climate transition, for energy transition, we see that most of the emerging markets and developing countries are facing with sequence of 3 shocks, negative shocks that happened lately. First by COVID-19, then the Ukraine crisis, then, which is considered also as a sort of shock for those countries, the monetary tightening by the advanced economies in general. We're talking here about very squeezed sources of finance and resources for climate, for energy transition for those countries, which comes also in an environment where we have fragmentation of the world economy, for the global economy. We have almost a debt crisis for many of the countries. Okay, and some estimates show that those countries in need for almost $1 trillion by 2025, other than China, to be able to do the climate action. So this is the general environment that we are talking about if we are looking at sort of effective energy transition with all those sort of constraints on many emerging markets and developing countries. If we look at the GCC during this period of time, I think some of the actions needed, especially from the investment side, we can see that number of institutions here from the GCC are really active in renewable energy build-up. We see companies like Aqua Power from Saudi Arabia, we see Masdar, we see sovereign wealth funds that are working intensively in many, many developing countries in building renewable energy capacity. This is one thing from the outside point of view. The second thing is that, again, as a number of my colleagues previously mentioned, when we look at the energy mix, we cannot just take out any source of energy as off the table, because the energy source is not the major problem. When we talk about the major problem that we are dealing with is the emissions, is the pollution that comes from it. So from this point of view, and if we consider how the GCC countries are working on new technologies, for example, for carbon capturing, this is very important for the climate action here. We should, like also as we consider negative shocks for countries, we should consider the positive shocks. Positive shocks, most of them come from the technology side. So we have advancement in technology, things that are not really certain at the moment, like for example, for technologies for carbon capturing, for hydrogen, for electricity storage, for example. Those things, we should allow that within the next 25 years, definitely with the needs, those things, those sort of technologies could advance, and suddenly what's not feasible today is going to be feasible tomorrow, and it's going to be cost effective. So this is some aspect that we need to consider, that we just don't need to just focus on one aspect, that we need to eliminate some sort of energy components from the energy mix, take into account that we need to give flexibility for the technology advancement within the next decades, couple of decades. The second thing, if we think about how the GCC countries are fitting regionally within the climate action. One major example also that's been mentioned during the previous session is the new economic corridor that links India with the Middle East and Europe. This is very interesting because lots of the media concentrated only on the logistical side of the aspect. But this actually is a sort of composite of projects. Two major important parts of it is a pipeline for clear hydrogen, and another one is cable for electricity. Those two things, like linking the GCC countries with Europe through those two projects, I think highlights the future of how the GCC countries' relations, like energy relations with regional, like with Europe, is going to change. We know that for Europe, for example, the future with our region is through electricity connection. This is one part of it. We have the Euro-Asian interconnector that should link the GCC at certain point, and this is explained why we have the cable for electricity that's going to link the electricity from the GCC countries to Europe. We have the Euro-African interconnector, which links the African part, and the African part from Egypt is linked also to the GCC. So we have major elements of actively being part of the solution for the climate action within the GCC, whether internally, and I'm not going to talk about the internal part. We heard a lot of it in a previous session, but this is how they contribute on solving this problem, like on the regional level. Okay, I see that I'm almost done, so I can stop this.
Yeah. Thank you, Dr. Ahmed. I think this is a good thing from an economic strategic perspective of the issue in the GCC. Now I turn to Ms. Sharon Siha Leelan. I hope I pronounce it right. And you have the floor, ma'am.
Thank you very much. Your Excellency, esteemed fellow speakers and colleagues, very good afternoon. Before I begin, I would like to thank the ECSSR and the Middle East Institute of NUS for giving me this opportunity to share ASEAN's perspective of the impending energy transition. I just wanted to start with a very brief backgrounder. The Association of Southeast Asian Nations, or ASEAN, is actually a regional grouping that aims to promote economic and security cooperation amongst 10 member countries: Brunei, Cambodia, Indonesia, Laos, Malaysia, Myanmar, the Philippines, Singapore, Thailand, and Vietnam. And soon we will include an 11th member, which is Timor-Leste. We were established in 1967, and we've succeeded in keeping the peace and stability in the region. Today, ASEAN is the third largest population of 670 million and the fifth largest economy in the world. And we are projected to grow by 4.4% from now to 2028, making us the second fastest economy after India. And I'm very happy to hear about this interconnection project between Europe, Middle East, and India, because we too have a plan to make a connection between India and Southeast Asia. So it's still ambitious at the moment, but I think with enough political will, we can do it. Now, the meeting today is actually very timely because ASEAN and the GCC will hold an inaugural summit at the end of next week. And this is a key milestone in our bloc-to-bloc relations. And I expect that one of the key cooperation areas we will discuss is in the area of energy transition. So energy transitions are actually not new. We've been doing this for the last 200 years, and we do this every time with a more efficient and abundant source and with new technological innovations. But the next energy transition to renewable sources will be accompanied by an almost complete phase out of fossil fuels that must be sustainable and equitable and organized in an orderly and planned fashion, so it cannot be chaotic or ad hoc. Now, this impending shift naturally creates a great deal of fear and uncertainty. In Southeast Asia, it is a mixture of hope and fear amongst the population. Why do I say that? Because I have done an annual regional climate survey for the last 4 years, and we see this data points coming up in the survey. So while the citizens in Southeast Asia are hopeful of the positive impacts of transition, they are also fearful of the associated externalities. More than 66% of Southeast Asians believe that phasing out fossil fuel has long-term economic benefits, but such perceptions are only high in countries that are leading the way in RE generation, such as Vietnam, or in countries that are developing lucrative supply chains of critical minerals and clean tech, such as Indonesia. So to back this up, a study by the IEA shows that actually an ambitious approach to energy transition can increase our region's GDP by 3.4%, while increasing employment by 1% and social welfare by 10.9% in the period from 2021 to 2050. Now, these high levels of confidence in economic benefits are also in the perceptions of cutting fossil fuel subsidies, which we discussed earlier in the first panel. Over 51% of our region want to end subsidies, about 31% are not sure, and 17% absolutely disagree. Now, governments fear that removing subsidies will instigate social unrest due to livelihood concerns and higher energy prices. But in fact, subsidies create a false illusion of cheaper fossil fuel sources, and subsidies also undermine competitiveness of RE. A study in 2018 shows that every dollar invested in RE, $5 went to fossil fuel subsidies. So imagine if your $5 in RE subsidies if your $5 to fossil went to RE, imagine how quickly the transition will proceed. Now, back to the original motivation for subsidies is actually to help the most vulnerable in our society and those who are unprotected. So therefore, there's a strong case for governments to move towards targeted subsidies to help those who live below the poverty line. And we've already started doing so, for instance, in Indonesia. They've started to move towards that, and Malaysia has plans also to move to targeted subsidies. When we ask people what's your top concern of transitioning, more than 20% actually say that, more than half say that they worry about rising energy prices and the cost of living, and 20% express concern about shortages. So these are questions that's up to stakeholders and governments to communicate to the public. Now, an energy transition can actually, influence the cost of energy in the short term. We expect that there will be savings. Second, it can lower externalities to human health and environment. And the third, it can enhance energy security, provided that RE generation is accompanied by battery energy storage systems and increased cross-border connectivity. Now, I just want to go a little quickly into what ASEAN is doing as a bloc to facilitate an energy transition. First, ASEAN created a ASEAN taxonomy for sustainable finance. Now, this is a common language for sustainability for the entire region to use together to spur and to guide investments and economic activities. And these efforts have actually led regional governments in Southeast Asia to also develop their national taxonomies. So it started with Singapore, Malaysia, and Indonesia, and now Thailand, Vietnam, and Philippines are also developing their own taxonomies. Second, ASEAN adopted an ASEAN carbon neutrality roadmap just in August last month, which outlines 8 strategies to move towards carbon neutrality. I won't go into the detail. If you want to, we can talk about in the Q&A. And final, the most significant development in recent years is this renewed interest to achieve greater energy interconnectivity by operationalizing the ASEAN power grid. And this is actually spurred by a success in a project called the Lao, Thai, Malaysia, Singapore Power Integration Project, which is a pathfinder that allows the transmission of up to 300 megawatts of hydropower electricity from Laos to Singapore. And because of the success of this pathfinder, another sub-regional grouping, Brunei, Indonesia, Malaysia, Philippines, are also thinking of their own project. So in time to come, as we continue to spur investments into interconnectivity, we might eventually be able to reach the goal of energy independence by using RE sources. Now, I think today we're discussing 2 very different regions of the world. The Middle East and North Africa and Southeast Asia are very diverse regions in terms of politics, culture, language, religion, and even economic conditions. But what is clear is that the social justice aspects of energy transition concerns both our regions equally, and respective governments and societies are deeply concerned about not disrupting the social compact that we have, which is really a promise of a better life for our people and for future generations. And so therefore, these concerns are at the forefront of what constitutes just and equitable. And this is why I'm really looking forward to Dr. Mustafa's presentation, because under the just energy transition commitments of the Paris Agreement, social justice and the creation of quality jobs and decent work is a key concern. And this actually will be the hardest part of the transition, not the feasibility of tech or availability of finance or investments. It's actually carrying the hearts and minds of our people together as we go on this journey. So before I end, I just want to say that the UN SDG 2023 report that was released recently actually tells us we are several decades away from achieving the 17 SDGs. But what's more worrying is there is a regression in climate action, which is SDG 13. So if we don't stop fighting against nature, against ourselves, we actually stand no chance in saving the planet. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. I think you have raised a lot of issues that we could have a chat on. So now we like to turn to Dr. Mustafa Kamal from the ILO. Are you with us, Dr. Mustafa? Can you hear us?
Yes, thank you, Dr. Farami. I can hear very well.
Okay, thank you for joining us. We appreciate it very, very much. You have the floor, sir. You have 6 minutes.
Well, thank you so much. First, I would like to appreciate the opportunity provided by ECSSR and organizers to join this very important discussion. And again, apologies for not having been able to be there, because at the same time we are having here in Turin the Global Academy on the green economy. But I wanted to just build on what previous speakers have said with a focus on some of the socioeconomic impacts when it comes to labor markets. I think that there has been a lot of research and analysis by the ILO, but also the International Energy Agency and many other organizations on what could be the labor market impacts of decarbonizing and achieving a sustainable energy transition. But to put it simple, there are 4 kinds of changes that we can expect, and some we can already observe. The first one is that there is somehow a positive narrative that the energy transition can deliver more jobs. When we estimated the job impacts of countries implementing the Paris Agreement on climate change in the energy sector with policies that would scale up renewable energy production, high energy efficiency, and a greater use of electric vehicles, we find a potential of some 24 million jobs by 2030. And just about 2 weeks ago, the ILO, in our collaboration with the International Renewable Energy Agency, released the Renewable Energy and Jobs Annual Review, which reveals that last year, 13.5 million people were employed in the renewable energy sector. So therefore, there is this positive side of more jobs possible. But there is also the negative side, which is the risk of loss of employment. And when I go back to this assessment we've done on implementing the Paris Agreement, we find a loss of 6 million jobs. And unfortunately, those 6 million jobs tend to be concentrated in countries in the Middle East and parts of Africa, where economies depend heavily on fossil fuels. And so would the economic structure remain as it is in the context of global decarbonization, there might be that challenge of loss of employment. Then there is a third dimension, which is job substitution. We see a shift of employment from the fossil fuel industries towards renewables. So this is happening in many ways. We'll come back to it later on the policies, because that will also imply that occupations change with the skilling, the upskilling that will be needed for workers in the industry. But that shift of workers from fossil fuels to renewables is one of the impacts, and it's happening already in many parts of the world. The fourth element is one which is going to be impacting all kinds of jobs, and that means working differently. In a world of work, there has been a lot of focus on labor productivity, but we realize today that labor productivity has to go hand in hand with energy efficiency and resource efficiency. So therefore, bridging that gap between resource productivity and labor productivity will be critical. Now, I want to turn to a second point, which is beyond jobs, there is a question of income. The energy transition, because of the transversality of energy, will impact income across the world, as we've heard also from previous speakers. But what we have also noted is that when you compare jobs and conditions of work, levels of wages and income in the fossil fuel industry with emerging jobs in renewable energies, it is not always that jobs in clean energy offer better wages, better working conditions than those in the fossil fuel industry. And this is because these are mostly small businesses that are starting, where unions are not so much unionized and don't have such strong collective bargaining as compared to those in the fossil fuel industry, which are very well established, have rights, social security. So therefore, that quality of jobs and working condition is not a given, and that requires some attention. I want to turn to the last point, Chair, which is that the challenge that policymakers will face is that there is this disconnection in terms of geography and time. Some of the jobs will come in the clean energy space, not at the same time and not in the same locations where employment is going to be lost, even within a national national territory. So therefore, how would policymakers manage that displacement of employment, implying sometimes labor mobility of companies and individuals, which is not obvious. So how to bridge that gap will take us perhaps to the second part on policies, supporting workers in terms of income for the transition period until they enter other occupations, and having the role of social protection as well. But just to point that this element of geographical and temporal disconnection is a critical challenge, and that will also be the case in countries in the GCC region. So I want to end by saying, bringing the point that one of the speakers has raised earlier, which is that some of the policies on employment will result from national policies, but increasingly we would see extraterritorial impacts on jobs caused by policies in other countries. Either industrial policies, subsidies given in larger economies may distort labor markets in low-income and emerging developing economies. So the question of job creation will also have to be considered in that extraterritorial impact of policies taken in other jurisdictions, including those in industrialized countries. So I will stop here on the first part and look forward to getting into the second on policies and practices, Chair.
Thank you very much. Now we move to our last panelist, Ms. Lydia. Sorry, I can't pronounce the name. I hope I pronounced it right. Bert Whistle? Did I pronounce it right?
Bert Whistle Sawyer.
Okay, Bert Whistle. Thank you. You have the floor, ma'am.
Thank you very much. And I want to start by reiterating my fellow panelists' thanks to Your Excellency, ECSSR, and my other fellow panelists for this very important and timely discussion. And I also want to note that as we are only a few weeks ahead of COP28, out of the 4 pillars of COP28, 2 pillars are energy transition and inclusion, and we consider that to be a cross-cutting consideration for all the COP28 work. So for the first question, what are the socioeconomic benefits of a just energy transition? As many of my other fellow panelists have noted, there are innumerable long-term economic benefits, such as stability in the long term. Renewable energy is obviously recognized as a tremendous opportunity that can help diversify a country's economy, boost their industry, and support broad environmental priorities, which again have innumerable other impacts, such as planning for other areas. But a just and inclusive energy transition can support economic development for all of society. So that includes workers, as we have heard from the other panelists just now, but also for women and girls and for young people, ensuring that we all benefit equally from those long-term stability and economic growth and low-cost energy. In parallel, we all need to benefit from the advancements of new technologies, whether that is in relation to hydrogen and water scarcity advancements or energy efficiency. We've heard a lot about solar panels on roofing today and the low-cost rollout of those, or from subsidies, and ensuring that all of society benefit from the subsidies in the same way. At the same time, and I think this is something that we'll hear a lot at COP28, is the importance of people's rights. So we need to ensure that we protect rights, particularly of those communities that have been traditionally marginalised, such as Indigenous peoples and local communities. On the second question, how do we maximise the positive impacts and also minimise the negative ones? So one area of focus of COP28, and I think this is in line with our presidency action agenda, which hopefully many of you will be familiar with, but also as Dr. Sultan Al-Jaber outlined in his letter to parties most recently, one area of focus is actually a gender just transition. And I think my colleague from the UNFCCC has spoken a little bit about this. But we know that climate change disproportionately affects women and girls in many regions, whether this is in relation to migration, labour force. A gender just transition can help support women's economic empowerment by providing equal opportunities to jobs in new and emerging job markets, whilst also dealing with impacted job markets as well. There are a number of ways in which we can do that, and I think this is again something that will come to light more as we progress towards COP28, but a number of steps. So consultation and meaningful engagement with communities that are effective. A just transition, as many have described it, is a little bit like a journey, and a consultation allows you to bring these communities on board with you and plan for the future. Skills training and capacity building at all levels of the workforce. So I think, again, this is an area that has been covered, but ensuring that those who are both entering the workforce, so the youth and the workers of tomorrow, but also at all levels of the career. So if you are transitioning a workforce and people might be nearer to the end, so 40 to 50 years old, ensuring that they are not made redundant towards their retirement age. Research and data, and I think this is also something that came out in the previous panel, the importance of data, particularly disaggregated data, where that is disaggregated in relation to age and gender, because we do know that better quality and disaggregated data is so important in terms of decision making and informed decision making on investment, on how we resource, and how we allocate our efforts. And then finally, and related to that, is investment, because we need to ensure that all these steps are adequately invested in. The second part of the question looked at how we minimize the negative impacts of those areas. And I think what I would like to highlight is the opposite is true. If you do not have consultation, adequate training, research, and investment, you will enable only a less effective just transition, meaning that your workforce might not be adequately skilled, that you do not take those communities on that journey with you, and that you're not utilizing people in the same way that you ought to be. And people will be, they will have their livelihoods and lives impacted by that in a negative way. So I'll pause there.
Thank you very much. So before we turn to the panel discussion, thank you. There are some points that I would just like to highlight here from the discussion. First of all, that each country or each region will find its mix. There is no exclusion of a certain energy resource, because it means automatically that we could be wasting a resource that we really cannot continue without. Because the issue in Paris Agreement, and I had the opportunity to lead the delegation of my country in 2015, it was never said or written what kind of energy resource we would like to exclude. We were talking about emissions. And that's what we should focus about. Emission and how you will reach these emissions, and each country could have its pathway. But there is no domination of a certain countries, we should use this. Okay. With all due respect, who said that renewable energy does not have environmental impact? With the uncertainty of the technology, wastes are piling up, renewable energy, and they are hazardous waste. So who said that any kind of energy doesn't have a side impact? Who said that any kind of action, of human action, does not have an impact on the environment? And that's the challenges that we're facing. So that's an issue, because we always link transition as if we are linking only to renewable. With all due respect, yes, but not only renewable. Renewable would not be able to do the job. IPC said so. So, I mean, let's have this broader perspective, whereby I understand that Southeast Asia net importer, of course they would like to have their own and based on renewable and other sorts, of course. Because another thing when we talk about impact, economic impact, yes, of course, market and labor is one thing, whereby we always see in the reports that the comparison is between the amount of job lost and amount of job gained, whereby we do not differentiate how will this be distributed worldwide? How would this be produced in the same country? So it's not just that a comparison between the total, but the devil is in the details, as always. So the other thing is, why are we not talking about inflation? I mean, there is increasing cost. In a time where the central banks are trying to fight inflation, which means automatically that until 2030, there is a small opportunity that we'd be able to reach the goals. Yeah, that's the reality. That's my opinion. Yeah. So there are things always that we not wishing or willing to address, but the truth is that all kind of energy resources there. We have R&D, we have the technology. Always humanity, when faces crisis, depends on technology, depends on R&D, okay? And we were always being able to. So, I mean, I'll put these ideas to discussion in addition to what the distinguished panelists have raised, and open the discussion and any comments from the roundtable participant. Thank you very much, and I told you I'm going to talk. I'm going to have to talk. Sorry, I'm sorry. I saved your time so I can give myself time to think. Okay. You're mostly welcome. Yes, Dr.
Thank you, Dr. Khaled. It's rather a comment and a small question at the end, like in a few minutes, if you allow me. Today's event could be summarized into 3 keywords: just, fast, and geography. Geography means GCC and Asian countries. Just is about fairness and how to make this energy transition fast without targeting the poor and those who would be losers from this transition. And in this regard, of course, the role of authorities and governments is crucial in maintaining the equilibrium. And Dr. Ghanem raised the issue through the social safety nets. And this is very important because it's a transition that took time and that is important, the intervention of government. This is first. Just means also inclusiveness. So we have to make sure that the reform is inclusive to achieve inclusive growth. Because at the end of the day, GCC countries and Asian countries are still looking for sustained growth, which is the major issue to achieve, right? And this growth, how to make this growth faster. And in looking for faster growth, we have always to keep in mind that this transition does not mean to move from one form of energy to another without cost. There are costs, but also there are also opportunities. And in these opportunities, we have to highlight also the role of governments and authorities in ensuring that we have the right technology, but also the right policies in terms of accompanying labor markets and all these kind of things. Last is the geography, GCC countries and Asian countries, I think we have good opportunities for investments. And we know that especially UAE is very active, and there is a focus on Africa in terms of investments, ADQ, Masdar, Aqua Power in Saudi Arabia, they're investing a lot in Africa, in Central Asian countries, maybe less in Asian countries, and there are a lot of opportunities to create wealth and to create growth during this process that should take time. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you very much for the speakers, for the insightful presentations on what are the socioeconomic implications. My question is to Dr. Mustafa. You mentioned that there is a wage gap for the workforces, especially for those who transition from the traditional energy sector to the clean energy sector. So this is a real big issue for the Gulf countries, where the hydrocarbon sector is the major economic sector in this region, and most of the workforce are concentrated in the traditional energy sector. So what will be the incentives for the workforce in the traditional energy sector to be engaged in the clean energy transition, and how the wage gap can be closed? I have another question, and this is also for anyone on the panel who wants to answer it. The other question is also on the gender gap between both, actually, the traditional energy sector and the clean energy sector. Also speaking about the Gulf countries, which is my specialty, the Gulf countries, there is a big gender gap in the traditional energy sector. And there is one report that was released by the IRENA that shows that the clean energy sector, the representation of the females is much higher than with the traditional energy sector. So how can we also, for especially, I would like to hear about Southeast Asia, but how we can close the gender gap for, GCC and Southeast Asia when it comes to clean energy transition.
Thank you for the speakers. I'd like to shed the light on a very important point. How can we look to the just transition without looking to it from a holistic approach? Most of our discussion didn't miss the issue related to the resilience. IPCC in its sixth assessment report concluded that the extreme weather events will increase in its frequency and intensity in the future, and it's already happening now. A recent study from China concluded that also China lost around 10% of its energy production from hydro sector because of the drought. So I believe that we need to bring this issue to our discussion also, to look how can we deal with the climate change impacts in the future on the energy sector, especially the type of the energy that we are looking for, such as renewable energy, which depends on the resources like solar radiation or wind. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor. And thanks so much for the distinguished speakers for this rich discussion. While we are addressing this major challenge of the socioeconomic impact, I think one of the prerequisites we need to address in our countries that we are capable of quantifying the cost of these socioeconomic impacts in order to know exactly what is the challenge we are addressing and we need to tackle. So addressing the cost and accurately quantification of the cost of the socioeconomic impact, I think this is one of the aspects that need to be addressed because it has a direct impact on our national budgets, on our national planning. The second aspect when dealing with the issue of the impact on labor force and other social impacts on the job creation or the job loss. One of the aspects here, I still need to get further clarity from distinguished speakers, is how to address this challenge of the social aspect, how to get the social acceptance of our people in our communities to accept whatever policy the government is going to take in the context of just transition. How to make sure that there will be social acceptance for such policy, like subsidy removal or subsidy reduction. How to measure the society acceptance for such policy. I think one of the common practice and good examples have been taken by some countries in that regard is how to better design the stakeholder consultations process that make sure inclusivity, leaving no one behind. And this is, I think, one of the small examples we can apply at the level of the country. But looking at the bigger picture of inclusivity and looking at the sectors that will be impacted, like the fossil fuel sectors, here we need also to ensure inclusivity, leaving no one behind, and to bring all stakeholders to the table in order to discuss and look for the most proper and applicable solution. I thank you very much.
Thank you for the question. Right, so my question is for Ms. Bridvissel-Sawyer as well as Dr. Mustafa. You've talked a lot about inclusivity, indigenous employment, etc. So my question is, how significant are localization policies to be able to scale up employment of women and indigenous people? Are they useful or are they not useful? Should there be quotas on labor localization for these particular groups? Thank you.
Two options. We ask the panelists to reply, or we open the door and get a couple of questions from the audience, and then we address them together.
You ask us, or you're going to force us to? You choose.
Okay. With your approval, I'll go for option 2. Okay. The floor is for the audience. Any question? Okay. So, Kusum, are you with us? Any comments or reply?
Yes, sure. I think there are very important points which have been raised today, and they are being addressed in different manner.
3 minutes. 3 minutes each for each panelist. 3 minutes.
Okay. All right. So one is like the comment on minimizing the impacts and the ways to minimize these impacts. I think one very important point is taking informed policy decisions. By taking informed policy decisions, we can minimize the impacts, and we can probably also have more social acceptance of policies. And also in this aspect, communication is very important. This question was raised, how can we have social acceptance? When we are designing policies, we have to design in a way that informed by evidence-based policy making who is impacted, and then the counter measures are being designed on that, and then it is communicated properly to the public during the stakeholder consultation. So we say that, okay, either although we are removing subsidies here, then we are also providing subsidies for renewable technologies and population whose income budget constitutes for energy consumption is high, then there are some countermeasures which have been provided to relieve them, give a relief to them. So the subsidies goes or the incentives goes to the people who are most impacted by the policy itself, which are designed for climate change, addressing climate change. So that's one way to address that. And I would also like to mention here that technologies, development of technologies is very important for addressing this as well. So there are uncertainties which are there, including for the technologies which we are having under the ground, like CCS1, and there are also uncertainties for technology which are above the ground for hydrogen or for the electric vehicles, because these technologies are not well proven, and we still do not know what impacts of these technologies are going to be in future. So uncertainties is there around us in all the options which are available, which have opened new doors, but that should not restrict us. And maybe those are the ones which are going to play a major role in the future energy dynamic under the geographical coverage or geopolitics, which is going to happen. It could be that new players will come in this as a major energy supplier. So that is why it is also important how the current major producers of energy play an important role. And that's where this is an important aspect of economic diversification. It comes in from keeping their sustainability, keeping their current development at the level there where it is, and also minimizing this distribution impacts. I'll stop here because you gave me very limited time to respond, and I'm happy to come back again. Thank you.
No problem. Thank you. Thank you. You saved us 30 seconds. Okay. Next, Dr. Ahmed Safti.
Sure. Thank you, Dr. Khalid. I'm going to answer the question for Mr. Wael about quantifying the socioeconomic impact and the inclusiveness part. I will refer to some examples of what's going on right now. Because, for example, for the international financial institutions like the IMF and the World Bank, right now it's an integral part to have the measurement of an impact, the impact on the climate and for gender. So it's integral part of the evaluation of the economy. It's an integral part if you are going through a reform program that you have to take into account those two aspects. So still it's not perfect, but it's like a first step into integration of those two aspects, specifically climate issues, climate impact and gender within the macroeconomic framework for the countries, including the policies and including measurement of the cost benefit of the energy transition, for example. The other part about how to convince people about this, again, I'm going to refer back to the experience of those countries, of those institutions, because one major element that those institutions learned from the experience of the 80s to the experience of the 2000s is that the ownership of the programs. Ownership of the programs meaning that instead of just like having the IMF program, for example, imposed on a country as it used to be the case during the 80s or the way they were talking about, now you have to be the owner of the program. That means that it's your program and I'm supporting you. And this part includes, for example, in hard reform programs, that you have to have a sort of dialogue that all stakeholders should be involved in, including media campaigns about the program, about the alternatives, meaning that, okay, this is the road, this is what we need to do. And if we didn't do that, those are going to be the consequences of ignoring those aspects. So for those two parts, part about like transparency, part about quantification, as you mentioned, the part about ownership, I think this is an integral part of any change in policies, including climate policies. If you try to have a sort of successful program for energy transition, for example. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, it's my turn. I just want to address the point about, the challenge of the social aspects and inclusivity. The designing of stakeholder consultations, of course, we know in theory, right, that it should be done, but it will be harder in monarchies or in authoritarian regimes. Like in Southeast Asia, we have monarchy amongst us. We also have regimes that socialist-led, so it will be harder there. And it will also be messier in democracies, because you can imagine the multitude of voices that will be out there, and then how then do the government stakeholders, take all of that in. So it's a challenge, but I think it can be done, particularly for monarchies, because you have a great imperative to ensure that the social compact that you have remains intact with the population. So it really starts from ground up, going down to the communities and talking to them. And actually in doing the survey, I found out that, if you use highfalutin language like NDCs, LT, LEDs, nobody understands any of that. The public, to them, the fundamental question is, how much is this going to cost us? And if you ask them, who's going to pay for it? I tell you, the individuals will always say, it's never me, the individual, it's always the government or the businesses and corporations. And that is their perspective. However, I think there's got to be a socialization process whereby there's got to be short-term pain for the long-term gain. And that convincing is really hard to do, because it means you have to really think through your communication strategies, work through the media, the economists, the sociologists, and all of these researchers have to be putting out the data to the people to convince them that ultimately it's going to work for long-term gain. In terms of social development, on the block-to-block ideas, I think there's a lot of room actually for us to work together, including tapping into Southeast Asia to create carbon offsets, making sure that we have, for instance, interoperable carbon markets. I think some of these ideas can be explored further. I don't have the details, but I think these are a great start for us. And also to encourage the conservation, because in this region, I suspect that you don't have very much in terms going forward in terms of conservation, but in Southeast Asia, certainly there's a lot of opportunities for green investments in those areas. So I think we can maybe begin to explore some of these areas. Thank you.
Dr. Mustafa, you have the floor, and please address the question raised by Dr. Aisha. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Chair. I think
have
that
3
question on the wage gap is one that is very important, and this is a matter of concern that has been raised mostly by trade unions and workers' organizations. And I think one of the reasons is that the determinants of wage include, of course, the labor supply demand, the kinds of skills for a particular occupation, but there is also this element of negotiating a sharing of profit between capital and labor, both being factors of production. What we have observed is that in the fossil fuel industries, where workers are typically quite unionized, have a strong collective bargaining power, they have been able to negotiate much better than in the emerging small companies. And I think that negotiating factor, which we have also seen lately in the automotive sector in the United States, where workers just ask for a better sharing of profits between capital owners and workers. So this is what we have observed so far, but it is hopefully going to ease over time. Then the second point on social acceptance, I think this is also a critical question. I think we need to have a common purpose and understand that the decarbonization agenda, the transition, and Chair, I want to agree first with what you said, that all energy sources have an important role to play. There is no one pathway for a just transition. I think what matters is that the international community has a common sense of direction, but the pathways, the pace of travel cannot be the same for all. I think we need all energy sources, but having a same direction of travel. And I think that's our perspective also when it comes to just transition. So it also means there's an ambition, there is an ambitious agenda, but the pace cannot be unique for all. But then coming back to social acceptance, I think consultations are important, but for us in the world of work, we think social dialogue and structured engagement between governments, the private sector companies, and workers is one way to build that social consensus around, at least among the actors in the real economy. So we've seen that when social dialogue has been able to take place effectively, in Germany, in many other countries, there has been a common sense of travel and commitment of at least those actors in the real economy. So there was a last question about localization. I think it's a quite important one as well. All countries want in the energy transition, including in the use of critical minerals, to have a greater role in supply chains, not just stay as raw material providers, but that also brings the question of technology. And I think the last speakers have spoken about this broader perspective on just transition, which implies also the question of accessing finance, accessing technology by developing in emerging economies, because those will make it possible to localize technologies so that economic diversification and transformation can happen in the various countries and communities. It's not just a question of job gain and losses. I think we all understand that the energy transition is going to be a significant economic and social transformation. Therefore, the technology access, financing access, and international cooperation will be important aspects of that agenda.
Thank you, Dr. Mustafa. Ms. Lydia?
Thank you, and I'm going to address the two questions around the gender gap and Indigenous peoples' inclusion. I'd like to give maybe two case studies about how this has worked well in two instances. But before I do, I think just the Indigenous peoples' point, this is a very interesting question, because I believe it's twofold. It's not just about ensuring that Indigenous peoples have jobs or are included in that energy transition with the governments that they are living in, but it's also for allowing for Indigenous peoples and traditional ways of lives and ensuring that we protect them. But for the case studies, one is quite close by, one's a little further away. Many of you will be familiar with WISER, so Women in Sustainability, Environmental and Renewable Energy, a platform launched under WISER under Mazda only a few years ago. And I think it's very interesting because there's lots of research undertaken by it, there's lots of investment, and there are a number of different programs to support women in the renewable energy sector. And I think because of this, they have a 37% gender percentage within Mazda, and that's compared to an industry level of 22%. So that's a really good example of how, when there's a particular platform that really focuses on how they include women in their energy transition plans, that actually it can be very effective and under the right leadership as well. And then the second one really focuses on Indigenous peoples, and this one is further away in Australia. And this is around benefit sharing agreements. So this is between Indigenous peoples communities and an energy provider called Octopus, and essentially having an agreement between a very large territory, so enabling not only that territory to be used for solar panels, but also hydrogen extraction as well. And this allows for energy transition, but it also means it protects Indigenous people's rights, their land rights, includes them in those jobs, but also allows, again, for that way of life and the autonomy to have that decision-making on how they want to live their lives. That's me.
So, at the end of this panel, I'd like to conclude in very short note. First of all, justice, energy transition is a must. We're all heading into it. It's a normal process, historical, if we see how energy transit from one stage to another. So this is a normal process that's going to happen. The issue is under which political, economic context is being implemented. Whether it's on the global, then it comes to the major issue, the division of labor, and who gains and who pays. On the regional, it's the same thing. And even domestically, the impact will change. Some will be hit harder. The only way to do that is to have some kind of mechanism that mitigates. On the global, if countries will stick to their pledges and to their commitments, we'll be in a better situation to implement faster the JET. On the region, the same, and this is what regional cooperation is all about. And domestically, there has to be change, and drastically change in some countries, so that to be able that everybody is on board. Thank you very much. I don't want to take more of your time. Thank you for your participation, and thank you for being with us. I'm on time. Thank you. Thank you for helping me doing this. Have a nice, coffee break, and enjoy the rest of the session. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Khalid, for this very interesting session and for delivering it in a very interactive way. And thank you, our speakers, for your remarkable insights. We'll resume to our third and final session after the coffee break. Thank you so much. Thank you for joining us again, and this will be our third and final session for the day, titled Innovation and Financing Required for a Just Transition, and will be moderated by Dr. Lee Chinsam. Go ahead, thank you.
Thank you very much, and I think I echo the sentiments of my fellow panelists that we are all extremely pleased to be here, and we thank His Excellency, the ECSSR and the Middle East Institute at NUS for inviting us here and joining in these important discussions ahead of COP28. So my name is Lee Chen-sim, as the lady mentioned, and I teach and work at Khalifa University. So it gives me great pleasure to introduce my fellow panelists, beginning from my right, Mr. Thomas Soulas. He is the Head of Technology Development at the Siemens Energy Innovation Center in Abu Dhabi. He's got bags of experience in actualizing early-stage technology ventures. His full CV is on the webpage, so please have a look at it. The second speaker is, in theory, online, and that's Mr. John Cotton. I suppose you'll be seeing him soon, but Mr. Cotton is the Senior Program Manager for Southeast Asia for the Energy Transition Partnership. He's also had lots of experience with project development in energy transition, renewables, IT, and the mining industries. Next to Mr. Soulas is Ms. Mercedes Vela Monserrate. She is the Head of Finance Sector Partnerships for COP28. Ms. Monserrate is very experienced in finance. I believe that she was working or is working at the Abu Dhabi Global Markets, right? Where she oversees ESG policies, how to minimize risk, as well as how to take advantage of opportunities. So I'm very pleased to have her around. Next to her is Dr. Jamal Zarrouk, who is the founding and managing director of his consultancy, Boulder Consultancy in Dubai. Again, I'm very pleased to say that he's had massive amounts of experience as a consultant, not just to national governments, but also to multilateral organizations and even to Dubai. Like me, he's also taught at NYU Abu Dhabi, so it's lovely to have you, an academic as well. Next to him is our last final speaker, and that's Mr. Gagan Porval, who's the head of international market partnerships at GE. Gagan is accountable for the commercialization of various decarbonization solutions, including CCS, which we've talked about in other panels, hydrogen, and monetization of carbon, among other things. He's got experience in Europe, Middle East, Asia, Africa, Australia, basically all over the world. So without further ado, I'm going to start off the panel by saying that what I've done is to use my prerogative as the moderator to divide it into 2 rounds of questions for each of the panelists. Given that the topic is innovation and financing, the first round of questions to the panelists will be on innovation, And the second round of questions will be on financing, right? And then we'll have general questions after that. So if I can start with the first round on innovation, maybe Thomas, if you could take the question. Zeroing on technologies itself, can you identify one or two innovative technologies that you feel have the most potential for real impact in the energy transition in the GCC? 5 minutes.
Very good. Thank you, Dr. Li Chen. Thank you again to the center here and the organizers, and thank you to my fellow panelists. And I get to get starting really strong here with technologies, innovations that have strong potential in the region here. And I would like to start by saying that I heard earlier in session 2 that there is definitely a different pace for the different regions, right? And it's absolutely true. And it's also true for the technologies and the type of innovations that are actually applicable to the different regions. And so in spite of this broad spectrum across the globe, it's really important for each region to be able to identify what is going to make a difference and work. And my experience, and I want to give just a little bit of background, Dr. Li Chen, I won't go beyond my 5 minutes, but I'm originally from Europe. I've lived 20 years in the US, and I'm now based in Abu Dhabi for the past about 6 months. Okay, so I speak from, I would say, the background of international experience, but also learning more and more about what is possible here in the region, and in particular in the UAE. And I would say, I would like to just point out to maybe 2 examples, 2 technologies, innovations that we've seen, and we truly believe at Siemens Energy, but not only, and I'll give examples, that can make a big difference. The first one, and I know at least one of my fellow panelists is going to also talk about it, but it's the mix of carbon capture and direct air capture. In fact, over the past few days, you probably have seen some announcements from big players in the regions around pilot projects. I'm going to name names because it's public information. ADNOC, Saudi Aramco. We're actually at Siemens Energy very honored to be part of this group of people group of companies supporting actually those efforts, both on I would say, carbon capture and direct air capture. Now, the scales are different. I think it's fair to say that there are a lot of questions in terms of commercial viability for both of those. But there is a potential here, in particular, in terms of the installed base of existing equipment that can be using this type of technology. And that's very important in terms of actually monetizing, helping monetize while going through a just energy transition. Because we'll talk about it quite a bit, I think, between innovation and financing, it has to have economics behind it. So that's one. And then the second one, which is almost, we're talking about heavy equipment here in terms of carbon capture for those who are familiar with it. And on the other side of the spectrum, still with a lot of potential in the region, is we would call it digital energy certification. And this is something that a lot of players have been working on. We have been working on, but we are not the only ones. And it's basically using different types of technologies. It could be blockchain, it could be others, to be able to track CO2 emissions. Because it's one thing to actually talk about and work to execute the energy transition, but how do we know that we are actually making progress, right? How are we measuring? And so there are a lot of advances in that area in terms of measuring, certifying, so that that value, and we always go back to the economics value, that value is actually being justified, and that some players in the market are willing to pay a premium for it until the costs of actually implementing those solutions is low enough. So I would say, Dr. Lichen, those are the two areas that I wanted to just pinpoint. There are other ones, but those are, to us, to me, and I think to a lot of people, very key to the GCC in particular.
Thank you very much. And now we can turn to Mr. John Cotton, who is joining us virtually. Mr. Cotton?
Hello.
Hello, how do you do?
Yeah, very well, thank you. Thank you for having me today.
I love your background. It's very relevant with the wind turbines. Right, so Mr. Cotton, as you heard, the first set of questions on innovation. So my question for you is, so Thomas just talked about innovative technologies, right? TCS and DAC. I guess my question for you is about the stakeholders. Who are the key stakeholders poised to play a critical role in terms of scaling up and making innovative solutions accessible in the energy transition? And how is the Energy Transition Partnership Fund, of which you are the interim director, actively supporting these stakeholders? You've got 5 minutes to answer that.
Okay, thank you very much for the question, and thank you for having me today. I apologize for not being there in person, but it's an honor. So it's a very good question. The session is on innovation. So maybe let me introduce myself. My name is John Cotton. I'm the interim director of the Southeast Asia Energy Transition Partnership. We're a fund managed by the United Nations Office for Project Services, and we bring together governments and philanthropies. They're the funders for our initiative. We bring together UK, France, Germany, Canada, Australia, and various philanthropies, including Children's Investment Fund. They came together with a joint ambition of expediting energy transition in Southeast Asia. And we do this by delivering technical assistance to the governments, primarily of the Philippines, Indonesia, and Vietnam. We work in several areas, including policy, unlocking financial flows, capacity building, and smart grids. In all of the work that we do, in all of the technical assistance, innovation underpins everything. Innovation really is indispensable for countries' energy transition because it gives ownership at the national level and it allows for problem-specific solutions to be derived. Innovation, it drives the progress, it reduces costs at the national level, it enhances energy security, it creates economic opportunities, it mitigates environmental impacts, and it positions countries to meet their climate and sustainability goals. So investing in innovation is not only beneficial for the environment, but also for the nation's economic growth and competitiveness in such a rapidly changing energy landscape. Earlier on today's session, there was a great comment on the importance of multilateralism. So as you're asking about the stakeholders, I really wanted to underscore the importance of multilateralism in the pursuit of climate goals. I know that multilateralism with regards to innovation and technology transfer is absolutely essential that countries come together in agreements, and I hope to see this expanded at COP for an equitable global development, for the coordinated resource mobilization, and for the distribution, for example, of intellectual property rights, and for solving this really huge global problem. Taking multilateralism to the national level, we at ETP play an important role in multi-stakeholder approach and see the multi-stakeholder approach as critical. So I'm speaking at a very general level, so it's relevant across all countries, but the number of stakeholders involved in delivering a timely energy transition requires coordination amongst governments, financial institutions, academia, media, civil society, to name but a few. A good example of work that we're doing, but is relevant in all countries, is on the offshore wind licensing and permitting. We're currently supporting the Philippines government with the development of their licensing journey. And we do so by holding a real multitude of stakeholder engagement processes so that all voices can be heard. This allows the academia to come to the fore, the innovative ideas to come to the front, and to ensure that as we take on the project development journey, that all voices are heard from very early in the process. It leads to both innovation and societal-wide buy-in. So in short, innovation stands from our perspective as a cornerstone of a nation's energy transition, offering not only economic growth and sustainability, but also the potential for problem-specific solutions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Cotton. Mercedes, if I can leverage your current role within COP28, Can I ask you, still on the topic of innovation, from a COP28 perspective, what are the main challenges that businesses face when it comes to climate-related innovation?
Thank you very much. And again, I would like to thank the organizers and everybody for being here today. Again, from COP28 perspective, it's extremely important that we have these discussions before, during, and after COP. Let's not forget we have our COP objectives, but we would also use COP28 as a legacy to position the UAE and the region as a hub for climate finance. And for that, we need to collaborate. So we look forward to this. Now, in terms of innovation and finance, those two issues are core, are central to the COP28 objectives. We need to do things differently. This was discussed earlier. Right now, we have an objective to fulfill, which is to make climate finance, while using innovation, affordable, available, and accessible. So how do we achieve this? We at COP28, and in collaboration with key UAE stakeholders, are looking at delivering on three main areas. The first one, it was mentioned earlier, delivering on pledges. A lot of talks, very little doing. Second key point, delivering on the negotiations. And third, which is very much in our hands, is the action agenda. That action agenda will look at the entire ecosystem of the economy, taking into account innovation throughout. So how are we going to do this? We're going to start first on the macro level. Our colleague John just talked about the importance of multilateral development banks and other supranational institutions. That's our first objective. Contribute to the reform of multilateral development banks and international financial institutions to ensure that climate finance is available, affordable, and accessible. And we are doing this in collaboration with the Ministry of Finance and, of course, the G20 members. Now, we go one level down from the economy. This is your markets, your financial institutions. Here is where you have your ministries, your central bank, your securities, your exchanges. And we talked earlier about the importance of providing clarity to the market as to what constitutes a green investment or a green service. And for that, we need regulatory frameworks. We need taxonomies. We are learning a lot from our science colleagues from the European Union that has actually come up with a taxonomy, a classification system that will provide more information as to what constitutes that service or that product. Disclosure requirements. There is a lot of data out there, but that data is not comparable. And if it's not comparable, it's not useful. Third level, markets. And this innovates new way of doing things. My colleague just mentioned blockchain. The UAE hosts the first virtual carbon exchange, voluntary carbon exchange, that is currently being regulated at Abu Dhabi Global Markets. And voluntary carbon markets will be another issue that COP28 will be championing. We need to restore confidence in the market. We need to agree what constitutes high quality standards for carbon credits, as well as working, as you probably know, the Ministry of Climate Change of the UAE is set to set up the first register of carbon credits here. So a major milestone for the region. And the fourth pillar, one level down, that's more your innovation part. So how can we work with different stakeholders, national and international stakeholders, to come up with catalytic instruments? What does that mean? It means blended finance. How can we bring together commercial with concessional finance to start mobilizing capital to emerging countries or developing countries, particularly looking at mitigation and adaptation projects? And you would have seen during the Africa Climate Week, the UAE, 5 key stakeholders of the UAE announced 4.5 billion projects to start mobilizing climate finance in Africa. So that will be our very much objective, our vision. Innovation, technology, IA, blockchain will play a key part. And I would like to use these minutes to encourage you all to come to COP28, with ideas, tangible ideas, so that we can move forward the agenda to make climate finance available, affordable, and accessible. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. Dr. Jamal, if I can turn to you. The previous speakers talked about opportunities, CCS, DAC, multiple stakeholders. Can I ask you, what challenges do you see with regards to climate-related innovations that can impede their adoption and impact?
Thank you, Professor. I'd like, first of all, to thank the ECSSR and Dr. Sultan for inviting me to this timely and exciting roundtable. I'm glad that the discussion about challenges already started since this morning. We had already preliminary discussion on what countries have been facing in terms of challenges, in terms of difficulties. I would like to sum up the challenges into three categories. We have the supply side and the demand side, and probably the policy and regulation side. When it comes to the major challenges, the bulk of these challenges are really today felt through the supply side. When I say supply side, here we talk about high cost. We already agreed this morning that still renewable energy is costly. The processes, the idea of moving from research innovation toward adoption of the innovation, it requires upfront investment, and usually most developing countries don't have that easily, especially for small companies that really come up with new processes and they would like to market it. So they face hard time to get the investment necessary to actually adopt their innovation. The second is that also the technology itself, technological challenges. We discussed this morning that some of the processes that has been actually used for renewable energy, they are not yet effective, and they still need time to be implemented and to be used. I mean, talk about how to really use renewable energy to function, to make water or desalinated water plant function properly without being having a very heavy cost. So that's very important. The technology is coming, but it's not there yet. The third and most important thing is still there is a market competition between, as you know, the renewable energy and the renewable processes and the conventional energy, which is the fossil fuel energy. That is still there is still bias in the market. I mean, first of all, the infrastructure is there for the fossil fuel. There is also the impact of government subsidies, so makes fossil fuel still the favorite energy to use in our daily life. And that's something that the renewable energy has to really face in the future. The other important thing is also today renewable energy is facing also this what we call supply chain vulnerability, which means that today those who actually own and possess the minerals that are necessary to use for mobile devices, including renewable energies, are few countries. And already we see some kind of destabilization. Geopolitics is playing a major role there. We look at what happens in Africa, the destabilizing government, because of the fact that these minerals are actually somehow produced and supplied by multinationals without letting the country, the original country, benefit out of those minerals, revenues and profits coming from those minerals. Same thing. So this is the supply chain is very important today, and if we want to have some kind of just energy transition, we need also to allow these countries to really supply those minerals at a fair price, and that benefit the local people too. Now we come to the issue of financing. Probably later on we'll be talking more about, but its financing is still a problem, and especially for startups and so on, they still have hard time to really find the right investors because of the risk and because of the fact that also and the uncertainties, the risks. There are plenty of type of risks. I mean, you have the environmental risk, you have the financial risk, the market risk. So those are all to be taken care of. And especially if you are from a developing country and you come up with technology, young technology, and you try to really find investors, you go even to the bank. I mean, because of the fact that the financial market and the capital markets of many countries are not as developed. So it's very difficult to really find a way how to finance the process itself, the innovation that you would like to operate. And now, so those are the very important issue from the supply side. When it comes to the demand side, we heard this morning about the consumers' acceptance, and the public acceptance is very important. And there is a lot of work to be done there in terms of allowing or not creating some kind of awareness campaign in many countries to let the simple consumer understand that renewable energies are, first of all, safe, they can be reliable, and also that the government will be behind to support those who actually cannot afford it. Now, when it comes to the role of the government and the role of policy, policy is very important. The government has to play an important role at the national level in terms of strategy, in terms of looking at what the country needs in terms of so basically those are the main challenges that we're facing. There is another important challenge that facing the countries who are oil-producing countries, what we call today for the stranded assets. Means once the market value of those assets that you use to actually generate and produce oil, what do you do later on in the long run? I mean, how to really make sure that the country actually, after investing so much in producing oil and gas and fossil fuel in general, now you are going to move to another type of energy alternative. What do you do with those assets? So those are the major challenges I wanted just to, I'm glad that this morning they have been actually discussed in a national context, and I just to sum up to have them summed up in this my participation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Doctor. Gagan, if I can turn to you. You've heard a lot about technological innovations, from your fellow panelists. Can I ask you to think about what some of the skeptics, have said when they think about these technological innovations? How important really are these technological innovations when it comes to climate innovation? Are they really important, or are they just, as some claim, justification for a business-as-usual approach by high-emissions sectors?
Thank you for asking this question. We can spend 16 hours talking about that. But before I go there, thank you, Your Excellencies, ECSSR team, and fellow panelists and all the esteemed guests for having us here. I think it was a very pleasurable discussion today morning, very candid debates happening, good perspectives to see, right? So the way I would try to answer that question is that I would just go back and to the definition of energy transition. So if we believe, as every individual in this room, if we believe that just transition needs to have an end goal of providing an equitable, fair, and inclusive society to every single human being in the world, then for the skeptics of technology saying that some technologies are just an excuse to continue emitting business as usuals, they just don't understand what just transition means. And someone mentioned today morning that the narrative has almost been governed by how global north sees just transition. But unfortunately, there is a global south as well, of which I myself and a lot of people in this room are part of. There are 774 million people, and we can approximate and make it 800 or 700, who do not have access to electricity, forget about any kind of electricity at all. And if we go and overlap that with the fact that there is a jostling of the fact, especially in recent times, that energy security is a fundamental factor that needs to be delivered. So the energy trilemma of reliability and affordability and sustainability is not a triangle that can be imposed on every single country in exactly the same manner. You cannot go to Nigeria and expect that their view of that energy trilemma is exactly the same as the one in India, is exactly the same as one in ASEAN countries. So if all that is true, then specifically speaking to technologies which people have generated a negative connotation around, let's say carbon capture or low carbon fuels and hydrogen, what we need to understand is these technologies are the reason and they are the fundamental pathway for us to getting there to what net zero should look like. We can pull any reports. We talked multiple times today about the IPCC estimates. I'm sure there are researchers in this room who have their own estimates, and they will give you estimates of 7 gigaton of CCS, 7 gigaton of hydrogen, multiple countries talking about carriers of hydrogen like ammonia, right? What does that mean? It basically means that they are trying to administer technologies at the right point of energy transition, whereby countries can take steps to get there without making the economies non-competitive. There is a coal to gas transition, there are gas to clean gas transition, right? So there was a phrase used today morning in introduction, unabated or abated, correct? So are we the enemies of a technology or are we the enemies of emission? And for some reason, sorry, sometimes I get dramatic when I speak about it, right? So for some reason, people have chosen that they want to be an enemy of technology, and they're like, we don't like this technology. I'm sorry, you don't like emissions, you do like technology. Yes, there are things that we will talk about, which is around the cost of it, which is the commercial viability of it, the role that public and private sector needs to play, but there is a fundamental importance of why these technologies are there, and they will get there. Second thing, which doesn't directly relate, but is the most important aspect of this, is that, look, large part of the countries that we live in, they are dependent upon oil and gas industries in certain way, shape, or form. I don't foresee myself driving a car made out of wood in the near future, unfortunately, right? It would have been good if I do, but what does that mean? So if you look at the employment that is provided by these sectors, the employment that is provided by these sectors, now suddenly I have now turned off the switch and we have all got zero of that industry. What happens to the people who had that livelihood? There is a direct employment, and these sectors are the sectors which provide a huge amount of indirect employment as well. I myself have fortunate enough to live in Middle East, where there are, someone quoted a number, 80% expats living there, right? Not all of them are for just tourism, right? We work, we contribute, we want to learn and grow. How do we go and associate ourselves with those economies, correct? So we can't take away the livelihood of people and I've been told time's up. So we can't take away the livelihood of people and justify that there is a skepticism around technology play or not. I mean, we can debate technology, but I don't think what we need to kill is emissions, not technologies.
Thank you very much. If you allow me, I would like to now move into the second round questions, focusing specifically on financing. We've heard a lot about financing need, financing shortfalls. So let's zoom in a little bit on this, starting with Thomas. At Siemens Energy, you have multiple kinds of technologies that are geared towards the energy transition. Can you think about maybe one or two financing models that can actually fast track this adoption?
Yes, and before I do that, and I will be springing off of what you just shared here with in the session, is there are different financing models. The key starting point is different financing models for different technologies or projects at which technology readiness levels they are. And I would describe it as follows. You know, when you have a low technology readiness level, what we want to do, and that's what we do at Siemens Energy, as an example, is more looking into venture capital, okay? Client venturing, looking for those small startups, you know, seed funding. Then you go up the chain, okay, in terms of technology readiness level. You also, for example, fund university research, right? You know, the two work well together in terms of startups and universities. And so you start at that level, and then you go up to basically what we attempt to do, and that's one of the key levers of the Innovation Center Abu Dhabi for Siemens Energy, is co-creation, co-development, co-funding. And the co-funding can be done in a lot of different ways. It can be public-private partnership. You already mentioned it, which is something that has been working fairly well, and certainly it has its challenges as well, and we can talk about that if we have enough time on the panel here. But the last level, I would say, in particular, when we get into piloting, which is kind of the ultimate level in the technology readiness level before you are actually commercial, you know, level 9, as we call it. Before that, it's the piloting and using consortium setups to actually do that. One last piece, project financing in itself, forget about what type of project, is difficult. And when you talk about just energy transition project financing, it gets even more challenging. So it's about finding creative business models between the technology providers and the end users. For example, how do you share the risk? How do you share the reward? Do you have a short-term view or long-term view? I don't think we have seen any pilot project that's commercially viable by itself. So let's not try to have this new technology piloted and, you know, somehow, you know, make money out of it. Now, it needs to show a path there, but that, I would say, a balance of risk-reward and also short-term versus long-term is going to drive the financing aspect when we get to actually implementing those new technologies.
Thank you very much, Thomas. John, if I can turn to you. Thomas just talked about financing models and technology. My question to you would be financing models when it comes to, say, phasing out coal in Southeast Asia. A few multilateral organizations have come together to try to phase out coal in Vietnam, for example, in Indonesia. Can you think about some financing initiatives that would help advance decarbonization and a just transition elsewhere in Southeast Asia, but also in the Gulf states and maybe in Africa more generally? Just a couple.
Yeah, it's a very difficult question. If the answer to that existed easily, all of our jobs would be a whole lot easier. But so just echoing some points that have been made already, there's no one pathway to the energy transition. Each country must find its own pathway and work towards its pathway to transition. And with regards to the energy trilemma, as of now, energy security will, from my experience working with governments, energy security will always triumph in this triangle, because without energy security, we face incredible challenges right across society. So we need to, what we do at ETP is support the governments making informed decision making, and encourage no regret investments. So looking at what investments can be made in the short run, that for sure no regret. One area, for example, which is very easy to encourage movement on is in energy efficiency. So the financial institutions right now, energy efficiency is a relatively new concept in a lot of developing countries, and the tools needed to impart energy efficiency projects just don't exist. So working specifically on energy efficiency financing is one way to reduce the carbon footprint of a country, while simultaneously generating work, creating new sectors, and pushing, again, innovation. With regards to coal phase down, we work with the asset owners of coal plants, be it government or private sector. And maybe going back 5 to 10 years, there was a search for political, social feasibility towards closing down or reducing the lifetime of coal plants. I would say quite comfortably we've moved past the social feasibility and possibly the political feasibility, and as net zero commitments are increased by the countries, we can see the political feasibility to the early closure of coal plants is becoming more real. But the message is always the same, or there's a very strong message which comes is like, sure, we're okay to close down our coal plants, but where's the money going to come from? Who's going to pay for this? What is the economic feasibility of pursuing this? And obviously, it's a huge question. So initiatives such as the JETP set up with the IPG Group are working with Vietnam and Indonesia to try to find innovative financing mechanisms which touch on coal phase down. ADB's Energy Transition Mechanism is working on several pilot projects now to show how coal plants can be economically viably shut down. There's a great story that came out of the Philippines from a private sector plant called ASEN, where they have used financial engineering, pure private sector play, non-concessional, non-philanthropic, to reduce the lifetime of their coal plant by bringing in various green financing mechanisms to offset the current revenues and financing that they had. So there's a lot of activity in this space. We actually at ETP, we're working on a project to set up a revolving fund, which will take that early risk to bring in the financial engineers to work with the IPPs to look at ways that they can reduce the lifespan of their coal plant. But this ties into a much bigger challenge of what replaces this coal plant, in both in terms of in the work for the workers, but also for the energy security. So how can we bundle renewable energy or other energy alternatives to replace this? And it's really country by country specific, and that's why there's not going to be a simple out of the box solution that can be applied. But we have the technical feasibility. That's the easy part. It's great today to hear about new and emerging technologies, but before this, we have already mature TRL level 9 technologies that can come into play to bundle with the coal phase down projects to bring in that energy security, but also to bring the commercial viability to go together. So in short, I don't have a simple answer to the financing of the coal phase down. There's a lot of initiatives underway. What is important is that through COP, we'll see again the development of carbon pricing, carbon taxation, putting the price of carbon into the economy. That makes it easier for alternatives to compete. We need to look seriously at subsidies. This is continually discussed, but realigning subsidies or removing subsidies so that we have a level playing field. And And then building on the information that's coming, it's a new sector now. Energy transition financing is new, and we have a lot of innovation taking place in this space. So ADB, the ASIN project I mentioned, some things that we're working on, and globally we're seeing a lot of other initiatives that if we can bring the stakeholders together, if we can bring the lessons learned, and if we can make it economically viable to invest in coal phase down, then we'll see a very much expedited energy transition. But until we create this playing field, it's going to be challenging. And I think that's the direction we're working on, and we'll see this dialogue continued at COP.
Fingers crossed. Thank you very much. Mercedes, you mentioned just now in your prior remarks about a transition taxonomy that the UAE is preparing. Can I ask you, how will this help businesses who want to contribute to climate finance?
Sure, sir. As you probably know, the UAE came up with the UAE Sustainable Finance Working Group, which is made up of the Ministry of Climate Change, the IFC, ADGM, anyway, the onshore, offshore financial regulators, the exchanges, and the UAE Central Bank. And they decided to come together to start mobilizing in a coordinated way all policies and regulations in relation to climate or sustainable finance. Back in 2019, they published the first guiding principles, which very much looked at what international stakeholders were doing, and then aligning the rule book to those international standards, which was a great first step. Because as mentioned by my colleagues already, if we want to start mobilizing finance, we need to start working with the private and the public sector, and particularly the financial institutions. They need clarity as to what is it that we're talking about. So that happened in 2019. Last year at COP27, the UAE Sustainable Finance Working Group published a second report. In that report, which is extremely important, they mentioned that just before COP or at COP28, they will be issuing 3 pieces of work. The first one, which is being run by or led by ESCA, will be about disclosure requirements. The second one, led by the UAE Central Bank, it's about governance standards. And then finally, on transition taxonomy, that's being led by the Ministry of Finance. Now, this is extremely important, not just for the UAE, but also for the wider region, because you could just replicate these rules across. Like that, you're providing clarity to the market. We said earlier, we need public and private funding to move forward the agenda. Public will not be enough, but for that, we need those financial institutions. But to avoid greenwashing, to avoid issues that will create some conflict in the market, we need this type of standards. We need to know what data needs to be disclosed in a comparable way. We need to have product requirements. What constitutes a green product? What constitutes a green sukuk? And so to help incentivize the market to start looking at these specific projects. I think what has happened with climate finance and with sustainable finance is that it has outpaced financial legislation. So with everything else, you've seen the financial regulators coming up with rules. With climate or sustainability, you've seen a great appetite from investors. They've come up with a lot of products, but not all the time those products were as green as they were telling you was green. So that's why we need that key collaboration between the private and the public sector, my colleague just mentioned. And again, if I may just quickly focus on the UAE, I've seen great amount of work in the last 3 years from 3 particular areas. 1, the regulatory reforms. 2, the amount of these proliferations of coalitions between the private and the public sector. You have the Abu Dhabi Sustainable Finance Declaration that has been signed by 105 institutions, public and private. You have the Dubai Sustainable Finance Declaration. You have the UAE Carbon Council Alliance. You have the Hydrogen Alliance. And these are great news. You bring together all these different actors to move forward the agenda. My colleague also mentioned the need for awareness, the need for accelerator programs to help particularly startups and others. You have Master, you have Hub 71, and you have others. The UAE has a great story to tell. and is indeed creating this entire ecosystem where the entire world could come here and start doing this financing, also being close to the sovereign wealth funds. So we have access to capital, access to talent, access to knowledge, and access to legal frameworks. Going back to, yes, the taxonomy. The taxonomy will be published, inshallah, just before COP28. Thank you.
Thank you for that. The next question is to Dr. Jamal. You were a former chief economist with the Islamic Development Bank, right? Could you tell us something about how important you think is the role of international financial institutions or multilateral development banks in financing clean energy projects in the developing countries in 4 minutes?
Thank you. It's with talking about my 20 years of experience with different international financial institutions, they play an very important role, especially today, especially for the developing countries that actually they need the multilateral support to get to start their energy transition in some kind of effective way. So most of international financial institutions, they work in 3 directions. First of all, as you know, they actually provide the financing in terms of loans, facilities, and second is the technical assistance, which is very important. Technical assistance in terms of setting up the strategy that a country has to follow and to implement. And second is to conduct some feasibility studies for the country. I've been actually involved with the World Bank on modeling macroeconomic impact of energy transition in some African countries, and looking at the various aspects from the environmental to the fiscal aspect or the impact to the poverty impact, as well as to the sustainability, the growth sustainability of the country. So overall, we found out that countries benefit a lot out of the technical assistance and the type of policy direction that they get out of international institutions. Talking about standards, there is a very important aspect. The UAE is lucky to have the capability to set up its own standards, but many developing countries, they need someone to help them to set up the policy standard, and the international financial institutions are very, very much there. Now, and a role that the international financial institutions play well, and they have actually a niche in it, is what they call the risk mitigation. Is very important for developing countries to allow them to borrow internationally. And international financial institutions can come and really back up the country with guarantees and with some kind of insurance, and which allows the private sector to jump in and lend and become interested in this type of green economy projects. There is another important instrument and tool that the international financial institution playing is today what they call the blended finance. Blended finance is like the World Bank and some regional institution like Islamic Development Bank. They bring in the private sector and the public sector, as well as the philanthropic association, a philanthropic organization, to come up with a pool of money to finance renewable energy project in developing countries. And the blended financing is very important because, if, for example, even if you take today the full capital of the World Bank, it won't finance more than 10% of what is needed by developing countries. So imagine the only way that developing countries could find funding is through mobilizing the private sector and the philanthropic organizations. There is another aspect that is very important also in terms of calling for replenishing some of the international funds like the UN Climate Fund and so on. And the international financial institution helps a lot in helping in allowing countries to come and pledge and fulfill their pledges toward those funds. That's in general the role of international financial institution in actually supporting developing countries in their energy transition pathway.
Thank you very much. Gagan, you just heard Dr. Jamal talk about blended finance as well as risk mitigation provided by the IFIs. From a private sector point of view, are you incentivized by these offerings from the IFIs? What else can be done to incentivize the private sector to help finance the energy transition? Thank you.
So look, what I would say is that are we incentivized through international financing institutes? Yes, in the context of energy supply OEM. We are getting into the world of energy transition solutions where people are not buying products, they are buying solutions to solve for an emission pathway. I think everything to what Dr. Jamal said, I think one of the most important things that we are observing is that as these institutes start taking shape in how the financing will be done in some of these geographies, I think there is an opportunity as well as a requirement that the financing needs to be measured in context to that country's ambition for NDC reductions as well as what their climate framework is. I'll give you an example, right? If you take the EBRD and if you say that I'm going to apply that risk framework of Europe to measure a financing project in Vietnam, most of the financing criteria will fail because what it will look like is that you're locking carbon value chain by putting this project in. But then if you go and look at Vietnam's NDC and the target of which technologies and what emission pathways do we need to go to, then this is what it becomes different. So I think that realization is happening now, and that's one area that the IFIs and actually all the financing institutes that are here in this mix have to start evolving on. We talked about blended finance, right? Blended finance, though, is not a new concept, it's been there. But the role of blended finance becomes so critical because if you think about it, a private investor wants a return in 5 years. Blended finance have philanthropic instruments inside it as well as government funded, which have a long-term horizon of these projects. Today, what does an energy transition project needs? It needs a long-term view of bankability so someone can put money on it, right? And third is, I think what Mercedes referred to is speed of mobilization or mobilizing, right? There are a bunch of things that has been done. This COP will be a critical one that everyone has pledged, let's go put money in. Speed of mobilization will be the key for us to meet, whether it is 2030 commitments, whether it is 2050 commitments. Without that, I don't think this will be just a conversation that there is some money here, I will put it in 7 years from now. Okay. Doesn't help.
Interesting. Thank you very much. Now, I realize that it's mid-afternoon, so in order to make sure the audience is still awake and does not fall asleep, I just want to give them the opportunity to ask questions of the panelists, right? Because it is mid-afternoon. So any questions from the audience, please feel free to raise your hands, and I think a microphone will go round to you. I have offer going once.
Okay, the question is for Thomas. He mentioned about digital energy certifications. So can you please elaborate more what the meaning of this certification and how it can be benefits from in terms of energy transition as well, as at national level or as a company levels? And another thing you have mentioned also about carbon credits launch in UAE. So is there any price have been already set for carbon credits per ton? It is per dirham or per US dollar per ton? So this is what I want to know, and the average cost for 2023, and what is expectation to reach by 2023 or 2030?
Actually, I'll have the second question addressed first, because I think it's important to understand the pricing mechanisms, and then we can go through the tracking aspect, if you don't mind.
Sorry, can I just jump in, and we'll just collect some questions,
Oh.
and then we'll just, you can have, each of you can have some time. Is that okay? All right. Audience. Anyone going once? Yes. Oh, wait, okay, from the audience, please.
Not a question, ma'am, but I have an observation. Sir, thank you very much for inviting us to attend this important conference and workshop. My name is Mahfoud Al-Shihri. I am from National Defense College, UAE National Premier Security Institution. Today, I learned that we all need kind of alignment, and that brings to attention, there was a study released by Economic Research Institute of Asian and East Asia, and we have one doctor today spoke from that particular institution, spoke about that disasters are two types, natural and technological. What brought my attention in that report, among the 10 countries in the world, 2 only out of this East Asia region, which is the highest disasters, natural and technological in the world. And it addressed also an important aspect of the 4 pillars to establish the governance. The final thing out of that report, it says financing is the most important for the transition for climate change. And this conference really, we say fair transition, and it asks about establishing priorities, just like education, just like health, having this kind of transition as a national priority. But we need the support from United Nations, sir, to say the governance. You mentioned governance, and we have a gentleman from Singapore that from the policies from Prime Minister's office. So I think policies as the most important should be generated worldwide, then comes to national, because this is all of us, not a single country. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that comment.
Thank you very much for you and for the distinguished speakers for this fruitful sharing. My question regarding the technologies. We are talking about clean technologies, renewable, CCS. And the challenge here is not only about how to transfer these technologies to developing countries, but how to localize these technologies in developing countries, how to make sure that developing countries have the capability in order to sustain these technologies, to be localized, and to be economically viable, to be technologies, to be common practice at scale. In that regard, my question, especially to Thomas, Kagan, and Mercedes, regarding how can we ensure that the intellectual property rights, IPR, is not challenging such goal of localizing technologies, the clean technologies. Thank you.
Thank you. Please, Aisha.
So I have more of a comment than a question. So from today's discussion, we all reiterated that energy transitions mean different things for different countries. And then when it comes to, the policies, there's no one size fits all. And now we are speaking about the innovation. And from the discussion, it sounds like innovation is about improving the performance of the technology and reducing the cost of the technology, as well as enabling the transfer of the technology. But speaking about the energy transition, from my perspective, one thing that we should also pay attention to, that we need also to be innovative in terms of the policies, the regulations, and in order to navigate the energy transition. And also, we need to be innovative in terms of developing the alternative and different financial tools and measures when it comes to energy transition. And for the Gulf countries, for example, the hydrocarbon revenues is the major source of income. So at the moment, the countries in the region are taking efforts to diversify the economy. However, we still see that the hydrocarbon revenues play a role in economic diversification, and without hydrocarbon revenues, we cannot push for the energy transition or finance the energy transition. So innovation is not only about the technology, but it's also about how to be innovative in terms of the policy and in terms of the finance. And also the last thing is also, we speak that different countries has different context. In the Gulf countries also, we see the governments in the region are really paying attention to the role of the innovation, both in terms of the supporting the economic diversification as well as the energy transition. Innovation and research authorities have been developed across the Gulf countries. However, also for the Gulf countries, the youth constitute a huge segment of the society. So how the Gulf countries also can involve in an innovative way the youth in energy transition, because the young generation will be the ones who bear the implications of the climate change, and they are the ones who come with the new ideas as well. So just wanted to say that.
All right, thank you. Yes, please, go ahead, from the audience.
Thank you. A kind question, especially to Mercedes and Dr. Jamal. Whenever we talk about reform, we ask about money in general. And about the international institutions and their role in financing projects that would allow this energy transition. Do you think that time has come for a new institution specialized more for in climate issues, whatever is the aspect? Kind question. Thank you so much.
All right, and the final question goes to the gentleman there.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. This is Arijit from Ministry of Energy and Infrastructure, UAE. So as you know, recently we have published our energy strategy back in 2-3 months, and we are in the process of developing the roadmap for the implementation. And one of the key questions that we have been discussing internally and also with the stakeholders is that, while talking about energy transition, while talking about renewables and others, we mostly forget or ignore the infrastructure development parts. And specifically, from power perspective, it's more grid development and grid development and others part. So how do, from a policy perspective, what are your comments or views on how do we marry between these policies and so infrastructure development for the final goal of energy transition? So how do we think, or what is the way to think, or what is the way, to proceed with those kind of, policy and regulatory mechanisms? Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so I'll invite the panelists. You can answer all, any, none of the questions. It's up to you. And you have each 2 minutes to do so. So we'll start from Gagan. 2 minutes.
So I'll try to answer a little bit of Dr. Faisal's question there, right? So I think we'll have Tomas and Mercedes talk a little more because you directed it to them, but The digital energy certificate essentially, and we'll talk about it as per what I understand, right? So I think, look, there is a carbon value chain of physical carbon, right? Take the carbon, reduce the carbon, put it back in the ground and do whatever it is. Then there is a digital value chain of the carbon, i.e. proof that you reduced it. And if you have reduced it, let's go mobilize carbon finance if you're eligible for it, and let's go do it. Now, the reason these things become important, especially in context to how we describe the usage of blockchain, how we describe digital, is there is a fundamental problem with this transaction set, which is transparency of these markets. There is trust which is lacking in this market, and technologies like this and having an accurate digital backbone gives the trust to that market so that the true nature of mobilizing climate finance morphs itself as an action to an emission reduction play. That's there. So we go question by question, I assume, or you want me to answer all of them together?
You're hired.
Doctor?
Yes. Dr. Mohammed, the question is quite timely and also provocative too. As I said to Mercedes, you should be in Marrakesh, not here, and ask this question at the. But it seems like yes, most of the countries, developing countries, are pushing toward not creating a new another institution, but to push the major donors to replenish the international institutions, especially like the World Bank and the IMF, to be able to really cater to the financial needs of developing countries. But I doubt that there will be any new institution created dedicated for the renewable energy. We have IRENA here. It doesn't really give money, but at least it's there to support countries in terms of strategies and in terms of data and so on.
Okay, briefly, first carbon markets, and then we go into the new institution. So carbon markets, perhaps, let me just clarify one thing. There are two types of markets. You have the voluntary carbon markets, and then you have a compliance market. The compliance market will have a price, and this is something that has been stipulated by certain jurisdictions. We don't have that in the UAE, but the Ministry of Climate Change is looking into it. What we have now is a voluntary carbon market, which is based on blockchain, that is fully regulated. What that means, it means that carbon credits are being treated as a financial instrument. So what's happening is, as you mentioned, most of these buys and sellers or carbon credits is being done over the counter. So it's not in an exchange, it's not regulated. So there is no transparency around price and what's happening. And that's creating a lot of problems in the market. What the UAE have done is to regulate it, to say, no, you cannot just do it over the counter, you have to bring it into an exchange so that the financial regulator can verify that that transaction is actually correct, okay? So that's one. My personal view, please don't get me into trouble with COP28, is that the system doesn't work. And if MDBs, IFIs, all of these will be discussed in Marrakesh during the annual meetings, but clearly they are not able, perhaps because of the bureaucracy of such institutions, to make climate finance available, affordable, and accessible. So my view is creating a brand new institution will also be extremely bureaucratic. And I think we would have done it already. What I personally think is what we need is a new vehicle. Call it platform, that brings together your concessional with your commercial financing. And then make that vehicle or platform quick to deploy that capital. So forget about all the bureaucracy from before. And start focusing on what's really needed, which is mitigation, adaptation for developing and emerging countries. That's what I will do.
All right, and to conclude here, in terms of the question at least, I'll address maybe 3 parts. One, definitely on the localization, intellectual property. That's very important. In fact, it can be a challenge, but I'll explain. Even though I just hired Gagan, I'll elaborate a little bit on digital energy certification. And then I will address also the aspect of the youth actually here that was brought up, because I think that's where we need to really end the discussion, is that it's going to come from that. So in terms of localization, actually, quite frankly, this is exactly the way that we have approached the matter within Siemens Energy, is to actually establish in the UAE, in Abu Dhabi, this innovation center. And it's very important because nothing gets better than to be on the ground. And it's just an example, okay? I'm not trying to say that's the only way of doing it, but the way we've chosen to do it is that we're actually going to be, I was just explaining to Dr. Li Chen earlier, we're actually going to be relocating our innovation center, which is only about a year old, from our headquarters in Abu Dhabi to Khalifa University. That's the localization that we're talking about. And that means being in direct contact with the university, with the students, with the graduates, even with the alumni, obviously, and then to be able to create that pool into innovation at the local level. And so it's very important, and that's the way we've chosen to do it. Now, that leads to also, to some extent, intellectual property. And I would say our experience has been intellectual property can be one of the major challenges into actually, we were mentioning earlier, co-developing, co-creating consortia. There are ways to do it, and I would say one of the guiding items is to be clear on the expectations from the get-go, especially when you have, I would say, institutions from different countries, for example. It is better to take time at the onset to really hash out those intellectual property aspects, especially if there is, local entitlements, rightfully so, right? And to do that very carefully at the beginning, as opposed to, hiding the issue and then be brought down the road. And that's where things get really complicated. I'm not saying it's easy. All I'm saying is that to hash it out early on is better than just forget about it. So that was a very timely question in terms of how we are going about it. Now, in terms of digital energy certification, let me elaborate a little bit. Certainly, it's about securing the transaction. It's about encrypting. It's about digital contracts. It's about facilitating the easy way of making sure, certifying that the source of that particular energy is known at different levels. There is a lot behind it in terms of the technology itself. You have software developers working hard. The summary that our team always gives to me is that it's not just for cryptocurrency. All right, that's basically the summary, and you can basically apply those concepts to the energy value chain as well, and this is all about. And then finally, Dr. Aisha, I think your point about youth is very key, and I have to admit again, I was actually sharing with Dr. Sultan yesterday, having been in the country for only 6 months, and working with the team, building up this innovation center, for Siemens Energy, and actually bringing in young graduates, young engineers, young technologists, and seeing how motivated, inspired, and inspiring both they are, is really going to be driving how we take the next step. So I really follow your comment, and I have to say this is how it's going to happen. Thank you.
And on that upbeat note, it leads me to thank the panelists, thank the ECSSR again, thank His Excellency, and thank NUS for organizing this. I hope you've all had some good takeaways from it. And once again, thank you very much.
Thank you all for the session. Before ending today's roundtable discussion, I'd like to invite Ms. Michelle Theo to give the closing remarks.
Thank you. Your Excellency, Dr. Sultan Muhammad Al Nuami, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Let me begin by thanking our hosts and co-organizers at the Emirates Centre for Strategic Studies and Research. I'm particularly grateful that you reached out to us at the Middle East Institute earlier this year, reminded us that we had an MOU for cooperation that ought to be activated, and visited our institute when you were in Singapore. Today's workshop could not have come at a better time. The call for accelerated climate change action is more urgent than ever. If we are to keep to the recommended 1.5 degrees centigrade of warming within reach, there's little time, if any, to halve greenhouse gas emissions by 2030 and transition to net zero emissions by 2050. The world is getting hotter. In early October, Spain's meteorological agency reported that October 2023 had been the warmest since the country began keeping records. 40% of its weather stations had recorded maximum temperatures above 32 degrees centigrade. This transition must therefore be a just energy transition, and it must, as APEC stated in July this year, ensure that individuals, groups, and communities at the front line of energy production, carbon-intensive industries, and the climate crisis receive the benefits of the transformation to a clean energy economy. And herein lies the difficulty. Our discussions today have shown that there's no one size that fits all. The balance between energy security and affordability will always be a difficult balance to strike, and the gap between where we are and where we need to be is wide. Each country will give its priority to its national interests. That is to be expected. As the World Economic Forum has pointed out, how governments react or respond is unpredictable. In its community paper of April 2020, on the A to Z of the energy transition, knowns and unknowns, the WEF stated that ultimately, the speed of transition will depend on an interconnected feedback loop of policy, finance, technology, costs, and consumers that can either speed up or slow down transition. Nowhere is this dilemma more stark than in Southeast Asia and the Gulf countries. The climate change challenges that we face lie more or less within the same parameters: more extreme weather events, disease vectors, rising sea levels. But our definition of an energy transition differs. For Singapore, the threat of climate change is existential. And the Centre for Climate Research Singapore has found that Singapore would be more vulnerable to climate change than the global model has suggested because of our proximity to the equator. Our greatest challenge, however, is energy security. We are committed to a just energy transition, but being such a small country, we are never going to be self-sufficient. We've largely succeeded in ensuring water security, and we've devoted huge effort to mitigating heat, generating solar power, and considering other forms of renewable energy. But these form only a fraction of our energy needs, and we continue to be dependent on others. Our second challenge is perception. I think our colleague from the Institute for Southeast Asian Studies, Yusof Ishak Institute, talked about its 2023 Southeast Asia Climate Outlook report. What we saw was that the proportion of Singaporeans who believe climate change is a serious and immediate threat to the well-being of the country stood at 43.7% compared to 66.4% in 2021. Let me explain why I brought up this particular statistic, because it's a little bit more nuanced than that, but I wanted to just look at those two numbers and look at them in themselves. First of all, one of the things that I observed is that as climate challenges become more visible, the existential threat that it could pose to us in Singapore seems to be receding from our minds. Okay. The reality is that the day-to-day issues of the real world have intruded. I think when I spoke to you earlier on, we talked about what happens in the short term, and then you look at the future, right? And so what you see in Singapore is that Singaporeans are worried about a recession. The cost of living keeps rising, as does inflation. And for the first time in many years, unemployment is a very real possibility in our country. These are the challenges of the here and the now. and they have relegated the fear of climate change. If you think about this, it's happening in Singapore, and we're right at the forefront of wanting to make these changes, right? We're very committed to making that difference, and to ensuring that we mitigate and we deal with this issue of climate change. And yet you can see that Singaporeans are not looking at climate change. They know it's a problem, but there are much more pressing problems. If that's the problem for Singapore, imagine what it's like for other countries, especially those who have the most to lose from the impact of climate change and the challenges. So how do we prevent the real-world costs of such a transition from affecting what we must do now to secure all our futures? What can we in ASEAN and in the GCC do to overcome the challenge that a just energy transition brings? Where can we start? Why don't we start with net zero goals that all of us have aspired to achieve by or around 2050? The aspirations are the same, even if our motivations and our challenges differ. Singapore and the UAE can set the example by complementing each other and capitalizing on our advantages. Both are prosperous countries with skilled workforces, so we can start by investing in each other and focusing on developing solutions, focusing on finance and investment, innovation, and R&D. The UAE has already invested in our region. Singapore has done the same with yours. This sets the table for what comes next, focusing on combining our strengths to come up with out-of-the-box solutions, which both countries have proven adept at. This is as good a place as any to rev up our responses to this critical issue. Others have taken similar steps, but I think we can set the pace. At the end of November this year, the UAE will host COP28. This is not going to be an easy meeting, but it is one that is both urgent and necessary. COP28 represents an opportunity for policymakers at all levels of government to consider the challenge of how to manage the energy transition in a way that will minimize disruption and yet ensure just and equitable outcomes. I have no doubt that your efforts will go a long way towards bridging the energy transition gap between the global north and the global south. So as we close this workshop, and as the UAE readies itself for COP28, I wanted to once again thank our hosts at the ECSSR for their warmth and their hospitality, for our collegial discussions as we prepared for this workshop, and for everyone who has contributed to the discussions, which I hope will be the first of many such collaborations between the ECSSR and MEI. As the World Economic Forum pointed out in its 2020 community report, we need an energy transition. And as difficult as it will be, we all know what we need to do. We have the technology solutions, and they are getting cheaper. Incumbents are at risk, and policymakers must plan for change. What are the best policy tools to effect change? We're almost too late, so the time to act is now. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Michelle. Your Excellencies, esteemed guests, this marks the end of today's roundtable discussion, and on behalf of His Excellency Dr. Sultan Al-Naimi, I would like to once again extend my deepest gratitude for your participation and valuable insight. We look forward for your continued support on our future endeavors. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. If you allow me, Hanan, I would like to thank Your Excellencies, and I would like to thank, of course, the Middle East Institute at the National University of Singapore for this cooperation to conduct this roundtable discussion. On behalf of ECSSR and my colleagues, we would like to thank you, and for sure, we will see you again in like this events. So thank you so much. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.